The Senate will come to order. The chaplain. Today's opening prayer will be offered by Pastor Randy Phillips, lead pastor at Life Family Austin from Austin, Texas.
Almighty God, we humbly come before you recognizing that all authority comes from your hand. We thank you for this chamber and for the leaders you've raised up to serve this nation. Grant to the members of this Senate wisdom beyond their own. Let truth guide their decisions and justice be their aim. May their debates be marked with dignity and their hearts governed by compassion and their service driven by the desire for the common good. Help them to seek unity where there's division, courage where there's fear, and clarity where there's confusion. Let integrity be their compass and humility their constant companion. Bless their families and keep them safe. Give their staff endurance, and let their conscience be assigned with assurance that their labor is not in vain. Let a spiritual awakening happen in this country. Let this government be a reflection of your mercy, justice, and care for all people, especially the weak, the voiceless, and the forgotten. We pray this not only for our glory, but that your will would be done on earth as it is in heaven. In the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., June 17, 2025. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Tim Sheehy, a senator from the state of Montana, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Federal Communications Commission, Olivia, trustee of Maryland, to be a member.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, like all Americans, I was horrified to hear about this weekend shootings of 2 state lawmakers in Minnesota and their spouses. Melissa Hortman, a member of the Minnesota House of Representatives, and her husband Mark were murdered on Saturday. And John Hoffman, a member of the state Senate, and his wife Yvette were seriously wounded. I'm profoundly grateful to law enforcement that the alleged shooter is now in custody, and I look forward to seeing him prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There's no place for this kind of violence in our country. None. My prayers this morning are with the Hortman's family and loved ones, and for the speedy recovery of John and Yvette Hoffman. Mr. President, for far too long, the mullahs in Iran have publicly aspired to wipe Israel off the face of the map. And for decades, they have fomented a campaign of terror throughout the Middle East, threatening Israel and innocents everywhere and destabilizing the entire region. It was Hamas who killed more than 1,000 Israelis on October 7, 2023. But it was Iran who made that attack possible through years of funding, training, and weaponry provided to this terrorist organization. Mr. President, in the early hours of Friday morning, Israel struck back, attacking a number of sites in Iran, including sites associated with Iran's nuclear program. I spoke with the Israeli ambassador on Friday and assured him of my prayers for Israel's safety during this time and my hope that their operations, and any to come, will succeed in eliminating the prospect of a nuclear-armed Iran and ultimately help bring peace to a region that has for far too long been at war. While the U.S. military is not involved in offensive operations against Iran, U.S. forces on land, at sea, and in the air have helped defend Israel from indiscriminate missile attacks launched by Iran. President Trump and our country remain steadfast in our defense of Israel and committed to working toward peace in the Middle East, and first and foremost, for the safety of American personnel stationed in the region. And should Iran have any designs on Americans, I urge the mullahs to think long and hard about the consequences. Well, Mr. President, Democrats continue to melt down over the reconciliation bill that Republicans are getting ready to consider. And their statements continue to be heavy on the hysteria and short on the facts. And nowhere is this more true than on the subject of the bill's Medicaid provisions. To hear Democrats talk, you'd think Republicans were getting ready to rip Medicaid from the hands of needy children and pregnant women. And nothing, Mr. President, nothing could be further from the truth. And today I would like to take a few minutes to set the record straight and highlight the facts on Republicans' efforts to root out waste, fraud, and abuse from Medicaid and ensure that the focus of this program is on the people that it was designed to help. Mr. President, like other federal entitlement programs, Medicaid is not on the soundest footing. Between Obamacare's expansion of Medicaid to able-bodied adults at or above 138% of the federal poverty line and the Biden administration's rules and waivers, Democrats have been growing Medicaid beyond its original scope for quite a while now. And federal Medicaid spending has soared. Between 2019 and 2023, Medicaid spending grew at more than 50%. And that kind of unsustainable growth, Mr. President, has consequences. Not just for taxpayers who are on the hook for huge new amounts of money, but for the people most in need, who have to compete with a lot of new individuals for available resources. Mr. President, Republicans are committed to preserving and strengthening Medicaid for the people Medicaid was intended to serve, like vulnerable children, pregnant moms, and elderly Americans. And to that end, we're making some common sense reforms to Medicaid to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, and protect the program for the people who need it the most. And that starts with removing people who should not be on the rolls. That means illegal immigrants and other non-citizens. able-bodied adults who can work but refuse to work, and individuals who don't qualify for the program. We're going to rein in federal spending to states that choose to direct scarce state dollars to illegal immigrants. We will be instituting basic, common-sense work requirements for able-bodied working-age adults who should not be relying on taxpayers for their health care unless they are doing their best to find and maintain a job or contribute to their communities. And we will be overturning Biden-era regulations that made it difficult to remove individuals who don't qualify for the program. Are Democrats seriously going to tell us they have a problem with that? Removing these individuals is just basic good governance. It's fulfilling our barest obligation to ensure that Medicaid is working well for its intended recipients. Mr. President, I would note that while Democrat senators may be melting down over these basic good governance requirements, some of their states are actually taking similar measures. No less a Democrat state than California is looking to freeze the enrollment of illegal immigrants in its Medicaid program and charge premiums for illegal immigrants already enrolled. Why? Because the state can no longer afford to cover these individuals and maintain its other obligations. And yet Democrat senators here in Washington are melting down because Republicans are daring to focus limited Medicaid dollars on American citizens and those most in need. Mr. President, in addition to ensuring that the individuals on Medicaid rolls are the ones who should be there, Republicans are making several other common sense reforms. Notably, Mr. President, we are taking aim at rampant abuse of the provider tax loophole. Use of this loophole, which sees states inflate Medicaid service prices in order to garner a larger reimbursement from the federal government, was already a problem even before the Biden administration. In fact, President Obama released multiple budgets featuring measures to rein in abuse of the provider tax. But thanks to waivers the Biden administration issued to California and other blue states last year, allowing them to further exploit this loophole, taxpayers are now on the hook for tens of billions of dollars in new spending. Neither the Medicaid program nor taxpayers can afford that burden. And so we're going to rein things in. Mr. President, our bill makes a handful of other modest reforms to restrain waste, fraud, and abuse, but those I just mentioned are the big ones. Common sense reforms to protect and strengthen Medicaid for those who need it the most. And I would love to know which of these reforms my colleagues object to. We've heard a lot of bluster from Democrats about how this bill will cost enrollment and cost lives, but we've heard very little from them on the actual measures included in the bill. And so, Mr. President, I'd like to ask them, do they believe the federal government should still be giving states an enhanced Medicaid match if they cover illegal immigrants? Do they think individuals who don't qualify for Medicaid should remain on the rolls? Are they against work requirements for able-bodied working-age adults? Do they think there should be any limits on states exploiting the provider tax loophole? Exactly which of our common sense reforms do Democrats disagree with? Mr. President, Democrats used to support rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid and getting Americans back to work. So what's changed? Mr. President, while I can't guarantee the source of Democrats' hysteria, I suspect one or more of the following things is going on here. One, Democrats are still smarting from their election loss last November and are desperate to regain ground with voters. And I suspect that Democrats think that if they can successfully, even if inaccurately, paint Republicans as targeting vulnerable Americans, they might be able to claw back some electoral support. Two, I think Democrats tend to reflexively oppose anything supported by President Trump, no matter how sensible that policy might be. And three, I think that with Democrats' increasing embrace of the far left, there are Democrats out there who really do believe that government programs can continually expand without consequences, and that there's no limit to the amount of taxpayer dollars available for them to play with. Still, Mr. President, it's incredible that we can't agree on these common sense reforms. But we're going to move full speed ahead, protecting and preserving Medicaid for the Americans this program was intended to serve. I want to thank Chairman Crapo and members of the Finance Committee for their work on the Medicaid provisions of our bill. And, Mr. President, I look forward to taking up these provisions in the very near future as part of our final legislation. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Hold on. I request the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to executive calendar numbers 98 and 99. Olivia Trusty.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, first about safety in the Capitol and our meeting today that Senator Thune and I called. First, I'd like to say that the Capitol Police have always been the silent heroes behind the scenes keeping members safe. That's no secret. The country saw that for themselves on January 6th and in the footage after. And they're doing a good job. We had a very good meeting where members brought up their concerns, and strong efforts are going to be made to answer those concerns with an expanded activity by the Capitol Police. But after the awful situation this weekend, there's real concern not just here in the Capitol, but with folks across the country about the safety of elected officials. These violent acts are an attack not just on the individuals who are targeted, but on our democracy itself. Public servants should never have to fear for their lives simply for doing their job. Public servants, there should not be an attempt to intimidate public servants not to do their job or not to take their job. So we need immediate steps. We need to take immediate steps to ensure the safety of members. That includes sending additional funding and resources to the Capitol Police. And there was agreement today in the Senate among Democrats and Republicans that we ought to be spending some more dollars here to protect the Capitol, the senators, and their staffs. But it's amazing. Instead, the Trump administration is doing the exact opposite. USA Today reported that as lone actor attacks are on the rise, Donald Trump had cut the program called Aimed at spotting them. This program is aimed to spot lone actor violent domestic extremists. Exactly what happened in Minnesota. But the day before a violent political attack in Minnesota occurred, the last top officials at a program that aims to spot the so-called lone actor violent domestic extremists were reassigned to other roles. And that's USA's reporting. In the 4 months since Trump took office, his administration has shrunk the Department of Homeland Security's Center for Prevention, Programs, and Partnerships, it's known as CP3, from dozens of analysts and supervisors. Now it has fewer than 10 people, led by a 22-year-old recent graduate with no law enforcement experience. Here we have more violent attacks, and at the same time, the Trump administration is cutting the very unit in law enforcement that's supposed to go after these lone wolf violent attacks and prevent them. Right now, we need to give law enforcement more resources to prevent these horrific attacks, not less. A program in charge of doing these things shouldn't have fewer than 10 people and be led by a 22-year-old with no experience. And what I'm saying here, that this program has been cut dramatically, the aimed program, will reverberate among everybody who wants a safer America, and should reverberate among all elected officials, Democrat and Republican, about the need to keep these programs. So we need to give more resources to law enforcement. But let me be clear. This dangerous environment isn't spontaneous. It's being stoked, often deliberately, by the reckless rhetoric coming from some of the most powerful voices in the country. When political opponents are treated like enemies, danger follows. And that's what Donald Trump has done. He's weaponized the Justice Department and law enforcement into going after his political enemies instead of going after criminals. It's the responsibility of all leaders, especially the President of the United States, to not just unequivocally condemn hatred, but to stop violent and aggressive language against political opponents. Trump has to see that his words have real impact and consequences. And here's one way he could start right now. He could demand of Senator Lee that he take down his inflammatory, despicable posts about the deaths of the 2 people in Minnesota. They're gross, they're disgusting, they're the kind of thing that just riles people up. Let Trump call Lee up and say, take them down, take those posts down. That'll be a start. But in general, he has to stop treating his political opponents as enemies, because danger will always follow. Last night on reconciliation, last night on the Senate Finance Committee, the Republicans released their portion of Donald Trump's big, ugly bill, his big, ugly betrayal. And hard to believe, it's even worse than expected. After Senate Republicans spent weeks promising they were going to moderate the House bill, they did just the opposite. They turned an ugly House bill into an outright travesty. Senate Republicans should reject the proposals from the Finance Committee and start over. Because if they proceed, they will harm tens of millions of Americans, kill millions of good-paying jobs, raise prices up and down on the average American, and help China. Let's go over these lowlights. starting with health care. The House bill already had the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history. They're regarded as devastating. But the Senate version is even worse than the House version. It's the House bill on steroids. The Medicaid cuts are deeper, reach further, and the red tape is even longer than what House Republicans came up with. Under the Senate bill, tens of millions of Americans will lose health insurance, including working moms and dads. More hospitals will close, especially rural hospitals. And I tell my colleagues, that's mainly in red states. And these rural hospitals are often the only way people get health care in the rural communities, and they're often the largest employer in the states as well. Under their bill, doctors will lose their jobs, nurses will lose their jobs, states will carry more and more of the burden with fewer and fewer resources, which mean cutbacks. Premiums will go up. What you pay, the average American pays for health care will inevitably go up, even if you don't have Medicare or Medicaid. Now, I know there are a number of Senate Republicans who were worried about the Medicaid cuts passed by the House. But because the Senate package is even worse, I urge these Republicans to forcefully reject this proposal quickly. We know that if only three or four Republicans went to Leader Thune and said, we can't vote for this bill with these Medicaid cuts, some of the cuts, at least, would be eliminated. If they go along with this package, anyone who goes along with this package will be responsible for stealing health care from millions of their own constituents. That's true of Democrats and Republicans. Now, what about clean energy jobs? Remember how the Senate Republicans spent weeks promising they'd ease clean energy cuts passed by the House? Well, the Senate Republican clean energy package is a total head fake. That's all it is. They're trying to act like they got better, but they didn't. No matter what the Senate Republicans try to say about improving the House bill, the underlying substance did not change. The Senate Clean Energy Bill cuts are every bit as destructive as the House proposal. It phases out tax credits for wind and solar projects within 6 months. And these phase-outs are a death sentence for clean energy. Wind and solar represent more than 90% of the new electric power in the United States. It's the quickest, cheapest way to bring power. What do Republicans think will happen when they raise taxes on 90% of our new electricity? They're going to send electric bills soaring. They're going to kill good-paying clean energy jobs. Estimated 850,000 people in the clean energy industry will lose their jobs. And they're going to surrender U.S. energy independence to China, which will leap ahead of us in wind and solar and dominate the world markets. American consumers will be at the behest of the Chinese Communist Party leaders in terms of what they pay for electricity. And these cuts will choke America's energy output right as we need to expand our capacity. We all know AI is going to demand huge amounts of electricity, and yet we cut off the quickest, cheapest way to add energy. Many on the other side say all of the above. This is not all of the above. This is just taking the most polluting, most expensive, most time-consuming way of producing energy. That's what it allows. It takes away the rest. 80% of the clean energy investments, we know, have been in Republican districts, but Senate Republicans are going to ship those jobs overseas. Anyone who votes for this bill and has clean energy facilities in their states, they're going to close those factories, limit those factories, and send the jobs to China. Just the opposite of what Trump says he wants to do. The bad news keeps coming. The Senate proposal does nothing to moderate the House SNAP benefits. It's still the biggest cuts to SNAP in history, depriving millions of kids and parents of vital food assistance. Senate Republicans have even found a way to bow down to the radical gun lobby. Remember, the House bill already had an insane provision that deregulated common sense rules on silencers that go back almost a century. But Senate Republicans, refusing to be outdone by their extreme House colleagues, removed registration requirements not just for silencers, but for short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and other devices. This is unhinged. Shame on Senate Republicans for choosing the gun lobby over the lives of our kids. Their proposal will mean gun violence will rise, police officers will be put at risk, innocent people will die. Finally, why are Republicans doing all of this? What's their North Star? Tax cuts for billionaires paid for by working families. This is the big difference, folks, between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats believe in lowering taxes, but we need to prioritize Americans who aren't ultra-rich, working families, the middle class, parents raising their kids, and small business owners trying to grow. But Republicans, meanwhile, believe in giving most of the help to the people at the very top. They believe that helping billionaires and big corporations is somehow going to make everyone better off. It's never worked. Trickle-down's discredited. They cling to it because they're in the obeisance of a handful of very greedy billionaires who seem to run the Republican Party on economic issues. Under their proposal, the top 0.1% of our earners will get an average tax cut of $400,000, but families earning less than $75,000 will be worse off. They'll actually lose household wealth. Under $75,000, you lose wealth. Over in top 0.1%, you gain an average cut of $400,000. The American people like that. The more they know, the less they like. When you put it all together, the Senate's version of Donald Trump's the Senate Republican version of Donald Trump's big, ugly bill is even worse than the House. It makes even deeper cuts to health care. It destroys American clean energy. It raises costs on working and middle-class families and rewards the billionaires at the very top of the economic ladder. I have a few more things to say. Abortion. Next week marks a very grim anniversary in America, 3 years since the disastrous Dobbs decision. 3 years later, 21 states have restricted the right to choose. 14 states have practically total abortion bans. And what is the Republicans' response? They want to keep going, attack reproductive care even more. Deep inside Republicans' big, ugly betrayal bill, they have snuck in a backdoor abortion ban. First, they have a provision that would defund Planned Parenthood. Second, they have a provision to eliminate coverage for comprehensive reproductive care from the marketplace. Senate Democrats will fight these devastating and deadly measures with everything we got, including through the birdbath. Both provisions have to go through the birdbath. Because here are the consequences of the Republican provisions. 200 Planned Parenthood health centers in 24 states would close. 90% of these closures would be in states where abortion is currently legal. So much for states' rights, not when it comes to abortion or guns with this Republican Party. And why are they doing this? Well, part of it's ideological, but part of it is to fund tax cuts for billionaires. It's an assault not just on Planned Parenthood, not just on reproductive care, but on every woman in America. Democrats will fight these backdoor abortion bans with every fiber of our being. And finally, on Senator Padilla's speech, and I see he's just come into the chamber, today at 12:30, our colleague Senator Padilla will speak on the Senate floor. For the first time, he was forcibly removed from a public briefing just for doing his job. I'll be here on the floor to listen to Senator Padilla speak. I encourage all of my colleagues, Democrat and Republican, to come and listen as well. What Senator Padilla experienced last week sickened all of us to our core, sickened every decent American to their core. No senator should be treated the way he was, manhandled, taken to the ground, handcuffed. It's not a moment for partisanship. Oh, no. It's about all senators supporting a colleague who is treated inexcusably for doing his job. I look forward to hearing Senator Padilla's speech later, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Olivia Trusty of Maryland to be a member of the Federal Communications Commission for the remainder of the term expiring June 30th, 2025, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate of the nomination of Olivia Trustee of Maryland to be a member of the Federal Communications Commission for the remainder of the term expiring June 30th, 2025 shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Sorry, thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Collins, Curtis, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, McCormick, Paul, Rounds, and Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: Mr. Thune, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, King, Padilla, Schumer, and Wyden. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. No. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Nope. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Mr. Hawley? Aye. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mr. Fetterman? Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Lee? Aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Janes, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 39, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, it's important for me, for this body, to know that over the last 2 weeks in Los Angeles, my hometown, that we've seen masked federal agents in tactical gear ordered into our communities. We've seen a disturbing pattern of increasingly extreme and cruel immigration enforcement operations targeting non-violent people at places of worship, at schools, in courthouses, all to meet an arbitrary quota. Now we're seeing President Trump federalize National Guard troops and deploy them without the governor's consent. Active duty Marines now being deployed, escalating tensions in our city. And it's important to note all this without coordination with state and local law enforcement. And despite repeated requests for the justification for these extreme actions, and after months and months of little to no response from the administration on their aggressive and theatrical immigration raids, the Trump administration has done everything in their power but to provide transparency to the American people about their mission in Los Angeles. And so last week, I chose to go home to try to get answers from the administration as they are literally militarizing our city. And I want to share what I learned, I want to share what I heard, because it should shock the conscience of our country. Now, one of the first items on my schedule last Thursday was a meeting and a briefing with General Guillot, the four-star general in charge of U.S. Northern Command. Many of you know him. The briefing was scheduled at the federal building in West Los Angeles, where they're overseeing these military operations. Now, colleagues, when the United States military is deployed domestically, when our troops are deployed against the wishes of the governor for the first time since 1965, against the wishes of the local mayor, and even against the wishes of local law enforcement, both the police chief and the sheriff, we are in uncharted territory. So in my effort to do my duty to conduct congressional oversight and to try to get answers from the Department of Defense that state and local officials were not receiving, I went to the federal building in West Los Angeles. I was met at the entrance, by a National Guardsman and an FBI agent who escorted me through security screening and up to a conference room for my scheduled briefing. While waiting for my scheduled briefing with General Guillot, I learned that Homeland Security Secretary Noem was holding a press conference literally just down the hall. And that press conference was causing my briefing to be delayed. The thought occurred to me that, well, maybe I could attend this press conference and listen in. Just listen, in the hopes of hearing Secretary Noem provide some new information that could help us make sense of what was happening. I didn't just get up and go. I asked and was escorted by the National Guardsman and the FBI agent into the press conference. They opened the door for me. They accompanied me into the press briefing room. And they stood next to me as I stood there for a while, listening. And at one point, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security said that the purpose of federal law enforcement and the purpose of the United States military was to, quote, liberate Los Angeles from our governor and our mayor. To somehow liberate us from the very people that we democratically elected to lead our city and our state. Colleagues, let that fundamentally un-American mission statement sink in. That is not a mission focused on public safety. And that simply is not and cannot be the mission of federal law enforcement and the United States military. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, are we truly prepared to live in a country where the president can deploy the armed forces to decide which duly elected governors and mayors should be allowed to lead their constituents? Is that really the precedent that we're okay with setting? As Secretary Noem herself said last year when she was governor of North Dakota, at the time she said, quote, if Joe Biden federalizes the National Guard, that would be a direct attack on states' rights. That was Governor Noem, now Secretary Noem. Now, throughout this country's history, we've had conflict, we've had tumult, but we've never had a tyrant as a commander-in-chief. And that is not by coincidence. It's because the American people have always been willing to speak up and exercise their First Amendment right to protest, especially when our fundamental rights have been threatened. And as the proud son of immigrants from Mexico, it's that same right that I came to revere when marching through the streets with my family and my friends in 1994 in Los Angeles, protesting against the vile anti-immigrant rhetoric that was growing in California at that time. It was that year that a Republican governor was up for re-election and was down in the polls. And he turned to scapegoating immigrants to try to improve his political standing and his re-election chances. That fight is what inspired me to leave an engineering career behind and dedicate myself to trying to influence our government and our politics. So I've seen this before. California has seen this before. So last week, when I heard something so blatantly un-American from the Secretary of Homeland Security, a cabinet official, of course I was compelled, both as a senator and as an American, to speak up. But before I could even get out my question, I was physically and aggressively forced out of the room, even as I repeatedly announced I was a United States senator and I had a question for the secretary. And even as the National Guardsman and the FBI agent who served as my escorts and brought me into that press briefing room stood by, silently, knowing full well who I was. You've seen the video. I was pushed and pulled, struggled to maintain my balance. I was forced to the ground, first on my knees, and then flat on my chest. And as I was handcuffed and marched down a hallway, repeatedly asking, "Why am I being detained?" Not once did they tell me why. I pray you never have a moment like this. But I will tell you, in that moment, a lot of questions came to my mind. First of all, where are they taking me? Because I know I'm not just being escorted out of the building. Am I being arrested here? And what will a city already on edge from being militarized think when they see their United States senator being handcuffed just for trying to ask a question? And what will my wife think? What will our boys think? And I also remember asking myself, if this aggressive escalation is the result of someone speaking up against the abuses and overreach of the Trump administration, was it really worth it? But colleagues, how many Americans in our nation's history have marched, have protested, have shed blood, even lost their lives to protect our rights? How many Americans have served in wars overseas to protect our freedoms here at home? And how many Americans in the year 2025 see a vindictive president on a tour of retribution, unrestrained by the majority of this separate and co-equal branch of government, and wonder if it's worth it to stand up or to speak out? If a United States senator becomes too afraid to speak up, how can we expect any other American to do the same? And colleagues, you know me. I can't think of a person who would describe me as a flamethrower. I try to be respectful. I try to be considerate to every member of this body, regardless of our political differences. And so I do want to take a moment to thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have reached out to share your messages of support, whether they were public messages or many in private. Trust me, they mean the world to me, and I know they mean the world to my family. But if you watched what unfolded last week and thought what happened is just about one politician and one press conference, you're missing the point. If that is what the administration is willing to do to a United States senator for having the authority to simply ask a question, imagine what they'll do to any American who dares to speak up. If what you saw happen can happen when the cameras are on, imagine not only what can happen, but what is happening in so many places where there are no cameras. Colleagues, this isn't about me. In fact, it's not just about immigrant communities or even just the state of California. It's about every single American who values their constitutional rights. It's about anyone who's ever exercised their First Amendment rights, or anyone who's ever disagreed with a president, or anyone who simply values our democracy and wants to keep it. Now, the president will tell you that this is just about undocumented immigrants, about law and order, and about targeting dangerous, violent criminals. If it was just about targeting dangerous, violent criminals, there would be no disagreement, there would be no debate. But we know differently. We don't think, we know differently. Public data released by the administration shows that the majority of immigrants currently in ICE custody have no prior criminal conviction. And new reporting shows that less than 10% of immigrants taken into ICE custody since October have no serious criminal convictions. Less than 10%. But a couple of weeks ago, it seemed that Donald Trump was at the lowest point of his presidency so far. He was drowning in a week of terrible headlines. The American people were finally waking up to the realities of the budget reconciliation bill that will cut health care, nutrition assistance, and good-paying, clean energy jobs while reducing the tax burden on billionaires. He was losing his tariff wars as the costs for everyday goods were continuing to rise. His promises to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine were falling flat, and he'd been handed loss after loss in federal court. He even had a very public breakup with Elon Musk. And I mention this only because we know what happens when the headlines turn on Donald Trump. When Donald Trump is having a bad week, he turns to the same tired playbook he always has. When in doubt, scapegoat immigrants and manufacture a crisis to distract the media from what's going on. That's the reason ICE raids ramped up in California. And when Californians took to the streets to peacefully protest, he bypassed the governor and federalized the National Guard. And even with their presence over a couple of days as things began to settle, he escalated even further by sending in the Marines. He wants the spectacle, not just to distract, but to justify his undemocratic crackdowns and his authoritarian power grabs. That's the reason why, even though the vast majority of protests have remained peaceful, what a weekend. That notwithstanding, the president, the vice president, and their allies have continued to call all the protesters out there insurrectionists. Yes, this is the same man who provoked an actual insurrection at our Capitol on January 6th. The same man who incited a violent mob carrying Confederate flags against Congress. The same man who then pardoned the convicted felons who assaulted our brave Capitol police officers. Donald Trump is continuing to test the boundaries of his power, and he's surrounded himself with yes men and underqualified attack dogs, from the DHS secretary to the FBI director to the Secretary of Defense, who will rubber stamp every anti-democratic step he takes. This administration's officials, and maybe not all, but many Republicans in Congress, may choose not to do their job, but they cannot stop me from doing mine. And I refuse to let immigrants be political pawns on his path towards fascism. Again, if you really think this is just about immigrants and immigration, it's time to wake up. What's happening is not just a threat to California, it's a threat to everyone in every state. If Donald Trump can bypass the governor and activate the National Guard to put down protests on immigrant rights, he can do it to suppress your rights too. If he can deploy the Marines to Los Angeles without justification, he can deploy them to your state too. And if he can ignore due process, strip away First Amendment rights, and disappear people to foreign prisons without their day in court, he can do it to you too. Because California is just a test case for the rest of the country. Last week, for many, was a warning shot, but I pray that it also serves as a wake-up call. We've now seen, since Thursday, we've now seen Trump threaten to do the same in other cities run by elected Democrats. He's saying the quiet part out loud. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent. We all have a responsibility to speak up and to push back before it's too late. So I do encourage people to keep peacefully protesting. There's nothing more patriotic than to peacefully protest for your rights. Because no one's going to liberate Los Angeles but Angelenos. No one will redeem America but Americans. No one is coming to save us but us. And we know that the cameras are not on in every corner of the country. But if this administration is this afraid of just one senator with a question, colleagues, imagine what the voices of tens of millions of Americans peacefully protesting can do. I thank you all for being here to hear me, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
Senate will come to order. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Olivia Trustee of Maryland to be a member of the Federal Communications Commission, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Olivia Trustee of Maryland to be a member of the Federal Communications Commission for a term of 5 years from July 1, 2025 shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Yes. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Okay, thank you. Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Collins, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, McConnell, Murkowski, Rounds, Schmidt, Tuberville, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Hickenlooper, Reed, and Van Hollen. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Not yet. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Slotkin? No. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. King? No. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Boozman, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Schumer, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 44, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Federal Communications Commission, Olivia Trustee of Maryland, to be a member.
The clerk will report the next nomination.
Department of Health and Human Services, Gary Andres of Virginia, to be an Assistant Secretary.
The question occurs on the Andres nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Hold on a second. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
In the humidity, huh? Here, not there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Kramer, Johnson. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. I did, thank you. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, thank you, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, thank you, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. I did. Thank you. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Grassley, Hassan, Hawley, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, McCormick, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Tillis, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wicker.
Thank you.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, King, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Slotkin, and Smith. Mr. Young, aye. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Thank you. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Wyden, no.
The yeas are 57, the nays are 40. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. I'm on the floor today with my good friend and colleague, Senator Scott. He has a resolution commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Mother Emanuel church shooting. June 17th is the 10th anniversary. And I just want to thank Tim for all he's done for that church and for the victims of that horrible day. You've been a real inspiration to the church and to the state, and I'm glad to join with you here today. It's the oldest black congregation in our state, opened in 1816. The man who did this, Dylan Ruth, killed 9 people, seriously wounded another. He is facing the death penalty. His goal was to go into that church, invited in, by the way, and shoot people in a house of worship, African Americans, try to start a race war. He failed pretty miserably. People in South Carolina embrace Mother Emanuel, the victims. We love the church family, and I'm proud of how our state has rallied around this horrific event. And to the people who've lost their loved ones, there's a hole in your life that can never be filled. The senseless act of violence motivated by sheer hate and bigotry devastated your life. But I do want to let everybody in the country know Mother Emanuel is still standing, stronger than ever. The people of South Carolina came together in a way that I haven't seen in a long time. And out of this horrible, terrible tragedy, I think we're stronger than we were before. This involved a man who had serious issues, was able to get a gun in violation of existing law about background checks. We finally reached a settlement with the victims, and that was done a few years ago. So the lessons learned for me from this horrible event is that there's no safe place when it comes to bigotry and hate. That churches all over the country, synagogues, house of worships, now have armed guards. I hate we are where we are, but as we look back over the last decade and how this has affected the people of Mother Emanuel in our state, I'm here to tell you that that church is stronger than it's ever been. To the victims and their families, the hole that's been placed in your life by this senseless act of violence can never be fully filled, but we're trying to do our best to fill that void. And to my good friend, Senator Scott, thank you so much for your leadership from day one. And 10 years later, because of your leadership, we're remembering on the floor of the United States Senate that tragic day. And I'm just honored to call you my friend and colleague. Then I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first thank Senator Graham for your thoughtful comments and, frankly, standing with me and, frankly, more importantly, standing with our family of South Carolina as we faced one of the horrific challenges our state has ever faced in the history of a state that has a very provocative history on race. It is a rare moment when searing pain and disbelief leaves an unforgettable yet undeniable impression on both your heart and your mind. 9/11 was one of those occasions. I remember exactly where I was on that fateful day. June 17th, today, 10 years ago, 2015, was another one of those days. I will never forget sitting in my bed when I received the news that there had been a shooting in my hometown of Charleston, where ultimately 9 African Americans attending a Bible study at Mother Emanuel AME Church would be murdered. Murdered for the simple reason that they were black. No other reason. Invited in to a Bible study was the murderer. With open arms, they welcomed him in. And for 90 minutes or so, he sat through a Bible study, listening and watching as these Christian souls talked about and then prayed, including him. This atrocity that was carried out in an attempt to start a race war, a second race war, at the birthplace of the Civil War, changed the landscape and, frankly, the heart, not only of Charleston, South Carolina, those members of Mother Emanuel Church, but our entire state and nation. But even in the face of such an atrocity, in the face of such grief, 36 hours after this horrific shooting, representatives from every single family looked into the eyes of the murderer and simply said what needed to be said. I forgive you. Thinking back on the power of our scriptures, Matthew 5:44 reminds us to love those who persecute us, to pray for those who persecute us, and to love our enemies. And to think about the capacity of love of 9 family members to turn away from the grief and the pain and the misery and turn towards love. To say to the person who just executed the person they loved dearly, we forgive you. The power of that moment started healing our nation, caught up in racial tension and violence, healed our nation in a way that nothing else can do. Sometimes fire can't meet fire. Sometimes hate can't meet hate. Sometimes the only thing that brings healing and restoration, or at least begins it, is meeting hate with love. I won't ever forget the Wednesday, 1 week later, I was coming on this floor to give a speech, and I was talking to Daniel Simmons Jr., whose father was one who was executed on that fateful day, his father, Daniel Simmons Sr. And I asked Daniel Simmons Jr., what would you want me to say to the nation if they are listening as I go out and talk? He said, please remind them of Romans 8:28, that somehow, some way, all things work for good for those who love God and are called according to his purpose. I got to tell you, had I been in his shoes, I do not believe I would have had the strength, the conviction, the clarity of mind to find good in the midst of that tragedy. But it is the message of hope that we needed then, and I believe it is the message of hope we need now. I am personally forever grateful to those family members, the family members of the 9, who simply chose forgiveness in the face of something I pray none of us have to experience. Their example of a faith-filled hope in the wake of tragedy and loss not only inspired me still, it inspired our nation, and I pray that it continues to lead us in the direction of reconciliation. As we honor those who are no longer with us, we must never be driven by our pain, our division, or our fear. I would like to have a moment of silence for the Emmanuel 9 and their families. Reverend Clemente Pinckney, Cynthia Hurd, Reverend Sharonda Coleman Singleton, Tawanza Sanders, Ethel Lance, Susie Jackson, Reverend DePayne Middleton Doctor, Reverend Daniel Simmons Sr., and Myra Thompson. May America, the greatest nation on the planet, always strive to live up to our highest ideal, the ideal that we are all created equal, that we all share the same bloodline, that we are all a part of the same family, the family of God. Therefore, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 282 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 282 commemorating June 17, 2025 as the 10th anniversary of the Mother Emanuel AME church shooting.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The senator from Washington.
And I thank my colleagues for coming to the floor to remember this horrific shooting in their state and to remember those and the family ones who were affected by this. Very much appreciate this resolution. I come to talk about history as well. I just visited a group of young students from my state, Vancouver ITech. Actually, it's the second time I've seen a group of students from this school in the last week. A group of them were here last week competing in a national history championship. And I'm very proud to say that the young women presenting a historical review of the Kaiser shipyards in our state that changed the workforce, and basically women came to the workforce during World War II, placed second in that national championship. So hats off to those young women for capturing that moment of history and explaining what it was all about. They also, the competition from Vancouver ITech Preparatory had 4 other individuals who placed in the top 10 of the subjects that they were providing. So I love that my state is focusing on history. I'm here too to focus on some history and a resolution. Today is the 95th anniversary of one of the worst economic policies our country ever made, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs. Don't just take my word for it. The Senate Historical Office has characterized it as, quote, among the most catastrophic acts in congressional history, end quote. So today I'm introducing a resolution that commemorates this anniversary as a moment to reflect on the devastating impact and the consequences. It shows you what we can learn from history. And at its peak, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act placed an average rate of 20% tariffs on goods imported into the United States, just 20%. So we've had this big discussion about many other things, definitely well above 20%. The goal then was to bolster U.S. farmers and manufacturers by protecting them from foreign competition, but that goal, as we all know, if you study history, was not met. What it did instead was widen and deepen the Great Depression. My resolution recounts our major trading partners, including Canada and countries in Europe, responded to those tariffs placed on by the United States by raising tariffs on the United States exported goods. So yes, let's say a trade war. An anti-United States sentiment rapidly intensified in foreign countries, leading to a consumer boycott of American products in Canada, France, Spain, Italy, and many other countries. The retaliatory tariffs and consumer boycotts caused farm and manufacturing exports from the United States to plunge from 68%, basically $5.24 billion in 1929, to basically $1.6 billion. So from $5 billion to basically $1 billion in 1933. So a big drop in what the United States was able to do. The U.S. gross domestic product fell nearly in half, from $104 billion in 1929 to just $57 billion in 1932. And the unemployment rate rose from 3.2% to a peak of around 23% in 1932. So the Great Depression had arrived. In my state, the state of Washington, we've always been dependent on trade. Back then, lumber was our main export, and the trade war essentially destroyed that industry. Production dropped 70%, and the board feet dropped down to just 2 billion board feet in 1932, more than cutting in half what we had done before. More than half of our state's loggers lost their jobs. The unemployment rate in my state was 33%, much higher than the national average. And where do we stand 95 years later? Do we want to take a moment and understand the lessons of Smoot-Hawley? The administration is running a very high tariff playbook. The world's economy is much more interconnected now than it was in the 1930s. Uncertainty is the enemy of continued economic growth, and at least the Smoot-Hawley tariffs were set at an established rate. American businesses knew what they were standing up against and could make forecasts and plans accordingly. These tariffs in the Trump administration change at the discretion of the president, creating huge uncertainty. Small business owners in my state tell me that while the tariffs are a challenge, the uncertainty is what keeps them up at night. The administration's tariffs are on par with Smoot-Hawley era tariffs. That, the economic historians agree, that was a prolonged and deepened global depression. Last week, the president said the tariffs on China would be set at 55%. So what have we learned from this historical date? Before President Hoover signed the Smoot-Hawley Act, he got a signed letter from more than 1,000 economists. 1,000 economists sent a letter. The economists warned that raising tariffs would cause the cost to rise on consumers, farmers and manufacturers would suffer, and retaliatory tariffs would make exports dry up. And they said that starting a trade war would damage our foreign relations. As early as 1934, Congress tried to right the ship. That year, we passed the Reciprocal Tariff Act, directing presidents to reduce U.S. and world tariff rates. This year, my colleague Senator Grassley and I are trying to stop the administration by introducing the Trade Review Act of 2025 that establishes limits on the president's ability to impose tariffs. Why? Because this is the constitutional power given to Congress, not to the president. The courts have already said at certain levels that this president, as it relates to the Economic Powers Act, does not have this authority. So, out of the ashes of World War II, the U.S. led in a way of creating an open and rules-based international trading system. Tariffs were lowered in the U.S. and abroad, and falling in the U.S. made a case for a trade-weighted average of 20% in 33 to 7% in 1950 and continuing to fall afterward with trade agreements. So it means we established rules. That is what trade needs. We don't need a president whose authority isn't in this particular area to start trade wars with no end in sight. The rules-based trading system provided the stability we needed to drive investment and to drive growth. So the resolution I'm introducing today asks the Senate to affirm the importance of a rules-based trade policy that reduces production costs for American farmers, for manufacturers, and one that opens markets to U.S. exports. It is time for us to commit to encouraging trade policies, particularly when so many other countries are getting their products on the shelves in foreign markets, leaving our products at home. Let's avoid the repetition of this historical policy mistake and instead do something that reaffirms this institution's oversight of this issue and recognize the problems that tariffs are causing. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, this month, my fellow colleagues in the Senate, the Republican Senate members, are working to pass a budget proposal that I feel can best be described as dangerous. Their plan's going to dramatically reduce even gut services like Medicaid and SNAP, getting food to hungry, low-income workers. It'll strip health care away from most likely more than 16 million Americans and threaten millions of seniors living in nursing homes. All of this is focused really on just trying to get larger tax rates to very wealthy people who don't really, in most cases, don't really want them, or the largest corporations. This lavish, and I think lavish is the only word that describes it fairly, this lavish tax bill gives more to the top earners while taking away from the Americans with the least. But it really doesn't have to be that way. If the Republicans could focus on extending tax cuts for working families rather than the wealthiest, they could, in and of that self, that one effort, that one initiative, they could avoid ripping away health care from more than 15 or 16 million Americans and gutting our much-needed investments in climate change and fighting climate change and to make sure we have lower energy prices. Instead, they're going full steam ahead with really what is a god-awful bill. I want to focus today on another dangerous part of this plan, how it explodes our national debt and really risks our economic future. Many proponents of the bill love to hem and haw about being financially responsible, but like a few people in here, I've managed budgets before. Back when I started Colorado's first brew pub, and then as mayor and as governor of Colorado, mayor of Denver and governor of Colorado. So I know something about fiscal responsibility, and it's not partisan. At its best, fiscal responsibility should be bipartisan. I can definitely say this bill that we're looking at is the opposite of fiscal responsibility. It's fiscal madness. This is a massive spending bill that's going to create the largest national debt in American history. And you don't have to take words for it. You can look at the numbers. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates that the House Republican plan, so this is the plan coming over from the House, would add $2.7 trillion, that's trillion with a T, $2.7 trillion to the deficit over the next decade. The Penn-Wharton model, which includes something like north of $500 billion in the additional interest payments from that accumulated debt over year after year after year over those 10 years, suggests it would add up to not just $2.7 trillion, but more like $3.2 or $3.3 trillion. The bill our Senate colleagues are putting together makes many of the same mistakes. And I think by most measures that a small business person would look at, it's reckless. The bottom line is more American tax dollars would go towards tax cuts for, again, at least in Colorado, the very wealthy people I've talked to aren't seeking these tax cuts. And they, under this tax plan that is coming over to us right now, those tax cuts for the very wealthy are coming instead of expanding access to health care or building roads or improving our schools. And more tax dollars would go to paying off the massive debt, paying the interest on the massive debt, than all our defense spending combined. It will become more than 25% of our federal budget just to pay the interest on the debt. Now, if that sounds like a bad idea to you, it's because it is. And the markets agree. Moody's, the last major credit rating agency to maintain U.S. at its highest level of rating, its highest, designated a safe place to invest your money, just downgraded our credit rating. It's the first time that's happened, and it shook investors that Moody would downgrade our credit rating. Investors aren't confident that the U.S. will be able to pay its debts. And that's, at least in terms of Moody's, has never happened before, it's really just going to lead to more trouble. Those investors who buy those 10-year bonds and help pay for our national debt are demanding higher returns because they view it as a riskier investment. They need a higher return if they're going to hold U.S. debt, which forces, since you've got to attract that investment, it means you've got to offer higher interest rates, which means you've got higher borrowing costs. And that means that Coloradans and Americans are going to pay higher interest rates when they want to buy a house or expand their business, or if they want to pay off their credit cards. They're going to have to pay more because the interest rates are going to be higher. Now, Americans are already plenty concerned about rising prices for good reason. This whole system could lead to the dreaded stagflation. This could all become a 1-2 punch to working families. All the while, the wealthiest families end up being better off. Now, we don't need to do this. We can certainly grow our economy, we can help working families, and we can cut the deficit. We were able to balance the budget all 8 years I was mayor of Denver, all 8 years I was governor, and still grow our investments in our roads, in our education system, in our healthcare system. We also did this with the Inflation Reduction Act, which would reduce the deficit by over $175 billion over the next 10 years, and has already dramatically lowered a number of prescription drug costs. It's expanded healthcare access, and in the process, created hundreds of thousands of good jobs. The Republican budget, I think, does the opposite. We also can't forget that this budget comes in the midst of the Trump administration's efforts around tariffs. What our good friend, the senator from Washington, was just talking about when she described the consequences of Smoot-Hawley and how those tariffs, just at 20%, led to a global slowdown in the overall economy. We all know that these tariff taxes are really not so hidden, but they're taxes on the American people. They raise prices on everything from groceries to kitchen appliances. Now, none of this is a growth strategy. It really is a recipe for recession at the best, stagflation at the worst. We can't borrow millions, we can't borrow billions, we can't borrow trillions just to hand out tax cuts to the top when working families are struggling to be able to afford everyday goods. It doesn't add up. It never has, it never will. Now, there are many issues that may be partisan, but being financially responsible doesn't need to be one of them. Neither should good, strong economies, neither should economic fairness, neither should protecting working families. They don't have to do it this way. Now, I'm always game to roll up my sleeves and dig into the balance sheet, but we haven't seen from the other side that they're willing to negotiate or really invest in the long-term economic growth. I'd suggest that we write a budget that reflects our values and puts tax cuts toward working families first. A budget that strengthens the middle class, one that keeps our economy strong and will keep it growing for generations to come. This bill is not any of that. I urge my Republican colleagues in the House and the Senate not to temporarily put a pass on their values and to support this, again, I think truly reckless fiscal bill. I hope that we can come together and together negotiate a better bill that does more economic growth and puts a far, far lesser penalty on the working people of America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, as every high school student of government knows, the Constitution of the United States of America provides for three co-equal branches of government: the legislative branch under Article 1, the judicial branch under Article 3, and the executive branch under Article 2. What I'd like to talk about briefly is the role of the chief executive, the President of the United States. Under our Constitution, the President has vast authorities. The chief executive enforces federal laws, oversees the entire federal executive branch of government, manages federal agencies and departments, includes appointing and removing high-ranking officials like cabinet members and agency heads, subject to Senate confirmation for certain positions. The President of the United States, the chief executive, is also the commander-in-chief. He leads our armed forces and directs military operations. While only Congress can declare war, the President can deploy troops and respond to immediate threats, often with congressional authorization, but not always. The President, the chief executive, the head of the executive branch, can grant pardons and reprieves for federal crimes except in cases of impeachment. This power is nearly absolute and cannot be overturned. The President also has legislative powers in the form of a veto. He can veto legislation passed by Congress, preventing those acts of Congress from becoming law unless both chambers override that veto with a 2/3 majority vote. And while the President is not a legislator per se, he can propose legislation, and often does, and influences the legislative agenda by proposing budgets, delivering the State of the Union address, and advocating for certain policies. The President can, the chief executive of our government, can call special sessions of Congress, and in rare cases actually adjourn Congress if the House and the Senate cannot agree on adjournment. The head of the executive branch, the President of the United States, is also our chief diplomat. He shapes U.S. foreign policy, negotiates treaties, and appoints ambassadors with Senate confirmation. The President can also enter into executive agreements with foreign nations which do not require Senate approval but are binding during that President's term. The President is also, as part of his diplomatic powers, serves as our primary representative in international relations. And then when it comes to judges, the Article 3 branch, the President of the United States, the head of the executive branch, nominates federal judges, including Supreme Court judges, obviously subject to Senate confirmation, as well as members of the inferior judiciary. Though the Justice Department, through the Justice Department, the Solicitor General, the President can also influence legal interpretations in cases brought before federal courts. In addition, the President of the United States, the chief executive, can issue executive orders, as we've seen, or directives or proclamations to manage federal operations or implement policy, provided they align with existing law, of course, or constitutional authority. Then, in times of crisis, the President of the United States may assume broader authority under statutes like the National Emergencies Act, although such actions are subject to congressional oversight and review. And then there are the implied powers, as they've been called. Historical precedent and constitutional interpretation allow the President some flexibility in areas like national security, economic management, and crisis response. These are the powers that the Constitution and laws of the United States confer upon the head of the executive branch, the President of the United States. The President of the United States, of course, is elected by all the American people. But what are we to do when the President of the United States is incapable of performing the duties of his office? Who is it that purports to act for the President if the President is incapable of acting himself? Well, this was something that was contemplated even as far back as the Federalist Papers during the founding of our country. Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist 70, "Energy in the executive is the leading character in the definition of good government. It's essential to the protection of the community against foreign attacks and to the steady administration of the laws." Hamilton also warned of the dangers associated with a weak executive or a weak president. He said a feeble executive implies a feeble execution of the government. A feeble execution is but another phrase for bad execution, and a government ill executed, whatever it may be in theory, must be in practice bad government. Well, unfortunately, Alexander Hamilton's warnings ring true when we consider the presidency of Joe Biden, a weak, feeble executive who proved incapable of performing many of the duties of his office. Last June, during the presidential debate, the American people saw with their own eyes what many had known to be true, but would not admit publicly. Our sitting commander-in-chief was suffering from severe cognitive decline. We now know that there was a conspiracy to hide the president's true condition by his family, by his staff, by the media, and by many public officials. We were told over and over again, "Don't believe your lying eyes." Jake Tapper, who co-authored a mea culpa for the journalism profession, summed it up this way, quote, "What the world saw at Joe Biden's one and only 2024 debate was not an anomaly. It was not a cold. It was not someone who was under or over prepared. It was not somebody who was just a little tired. It was the natural result of an 81-year-old man whose capabilities had been diminishing for years. Biden, his family, and his team let their self-interest and fear of another Trump term justify an attempt to put an at times addled old man in the Oval Office for 4 more years." Close quote. Mr. President, this is a true constitutional crisis, bigger than President Biden, and it cannot be absolved by a collective apology by the press or an election where that president's party lost. We should know, the American people should know, and still do not know, precisely what should happen when a president is incapable of performing his or her constitutional duties. Tomorrow I'll be co-chairing, along with my colleague from Missouri, Senator Eric Schmitt, in the Senate Judiciary Committee, a hearing to delve into the constitutional implications of President Biden's cognitive decline while in office. At that hearing, we'll begin to address some of the many unanswered questions from this scandal, questions that are foundational to the functioning of our form of government. One of the aims of the hearing will be shining a light on what exactly went on at the White House during the Biden administration. The chain of events that occurred within the Biden administration matters, and we cannot discount it merely because he is no longer in office. With a compromised president, the very legitimacy of our government is undermined. From the Biden border crisis to the disastrous results from the withdrawal in Afghanistan, the American people were the ones who paid the price. And it's now clear that for many months, no one knows exactly how long, the president was simply not up to the task. So we have to ask difficult questions, like who was really in charge during the last months of the Biden administration? Was it his wife? Other members of his family? Was it his chief of staff? Was it others? Well, none of these individuals, whoever they may be, were elected by the American people. Whoever happened to be making those decisions and carrying out the duties of the office of president was not somebody who was authorized by the Constitution or by a vote of the American people. This, Mr. President, is an existential threat to our democratic republic. This threat, and it cannot be ignored, and it will not be ignored. History tells us this state of affairs was reminiscent of the Wilson presidency, where the First Lady assumed many of her husband's duties during his infirmity, but kept it secret from the American people. It was one of the events that inspired those who drafted the 25th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Certainly, the American people did not consent to being governed by Jill Biden, and they didn't elect the White House Chief of Staff or whoever else purported to act on the president's behalf. The hearing we'll hold tomorrow in the Judiciary Committee will examine in depth these constitutional questions and what happens when the president is no longer capable of performing the duties of his office. Our country has faced many difficult challenges in the past, including of succession for presidents. For example, when John F. Kennedy was assassinated in 1963. In the aftermath of that assassination and the questions it raised, Congress began considering a constitutional amendment about presidential succession. In 1965, Senators Birch Bayh and Representative Emanuel Seller introduced a resolution in Congress to clarify the order and procedures of presidential succession. This resolution was the basis for the 25th Amendment, which Congress approved in July of that same year. And of course, for every constitutional amendment, every state must actually, 3/4 of the state must actually ratify that resolution. And the states finished ratifying the 25th Amendment in 1967 after it was first proposed in 1965. And President Lyndon Johnson certified the amendment that February. The 25th Amendment to the Constitution provides a roadmap for succession in instances of presidential incapacity. Section 4 gives the Vice President, in this case Vice President Harris, or a majority of the President's cabinet, that would be President Biden's cabinet, it gives them the authority to challenge the President's ability to carry out the functions of his office subject to a vote in Congress. But in this instance that we all witnessed less than a year ago, Kamala Harris and the cabinet did nothing. Or rather, they did something. They hid the truth from the American people. So who, Mr. President, this hearing will ask, is accountable when the cabinet fails to do its duty, when the Vice President fails to do her duty under Section 4 of the 25th Amendment? Are there penalties for failing to act? Is there any accountability whatsoever? Should there be? The framers of this amendment wanted it to be possible, yet difficult, to remove a president when absolutely necessary. Ultimately, though, they acknowledged that the execution of the 25th Amendment would depend on the good faith of the cabinet and the vice president. But Biden's cabinet did not act in good faith, nor did the vice president herself. They acted in their political and personal self-interest. This is the paradox of self-government. Many of the rules, traditions, and institutions that sustain our republic are self-executing, self-enforcing. And so the health and legitimacy of our democratic republic rests on the character of the men and women who serve in government. This brings us to the most crucial questions we will address in the hearing. Why was the 25th Amendment not invoked? And what factors do we need to look at that may have played a role in congressional inaction? Most importantly, as part of our legislative responsibilities, should Congress consider amending the 25th Amendment to further clarify responsibilities and protocols in case this disaster befalls our nation again? As a government, as an American people, it's imperative that we have clear contingency plans when emergency strikes. And yes, it is an emergency when we have a sitting president who's unable to discharge the duties of his office. He certainly could not have been trusted to make one of the gravest decisions that faces any president in history: what to do in matters of war and peace, a situation that feels all that much more real given the current events in the Middle East. The concerns raised by this incident stretch beyond the boundaries of partisan politics. We must not turn away from the search for answers, and it is not an overstatement to say the future of our country could one day hinge on how we choose to act or not act on this issue. So tomorrow's hearing is a first important step in preserving this land of the free for future generations. In these United States, those in authority derive their power from the consent of the governed. But during much of the last 4 years, we know that our country was largely led by unelected staff whose names are unknown by the American people. I look forward to tomorrow's hearing, examining these hard but existentially important questions that must be answered from this monumental scandal. Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from Wyoming.
I ask consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a day I've been working towards for over 4 months. After months of intense negotiations, we are minutes away from passing the Genius Act, Senator Bill Hagerty's legislation that will be a first step towards modernizing the American payment system and integrating digital assets into the U.S. economy in a responsible way. I want to congratulate my friend Senator Hagerty for this achievement and thank him for his incredible leadership on this bill. He's been a true ally of the digital asset industry, and I'm so proud to have worked with him on his Genius Act over the past few months. Since 2017, Wyoming has been on the forefront of digital asset policy, long before it was popular or politically expedient. In Wyoming, we recognized early on what the rest of the country is beginning to understand, that digital assets are a force for good, and that you can have both responsible innovation and consumer protection side by side. The Genius Act protects the dual banking system and gives stablecoin issuers a real choice between state and federal charters, preserving the innovative spirit that has also made states like Wyoming leaders in this space, while also ensuring we have robust oversight when necessary. This legislation is also about economic security and opportunity. It protects the U.S. dollar's role as the world reserve currency by ensuring that dollar-backed stablecoins remain strong and reliable. Most of all, it ensures American consumers and businesses can participate in the digital economy with confidence and security. The sobering reality is that even while we have been negotiating, other nations have been hard at work, offering their own frameworks and encouraging the digital asset industry to call their respective countries home. America's role as the global financial services leader is a privilege, not a right, and we must innovate to compete with other nations that want to attract American businesses. This is only the first step. Congress must pass comprehensive market structure legislation in the coming months that draws a line between a security and a commodity and creates a pathway for digital asset exchanges to register with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Working on this legislation has begun in earnest, and in the coming weeks, the Senate will begin to hold hearings and release draft legislation on this critical topic. I look forward to working with Chairman Scott, Leader Thune, and Senator Tillis on getting market structure done this year. I'm proud to deliver on President Trump's promise to lead the most pro-digital asset administration in our history. He understands that making America the crypto capital of the world isn't just good policy, it's an economic imperative. This legislation proves that when we work together, we can craft solutions that protect consumers without sacrificing innovation. The time for hesitation has passed. The time for leadership is now. I want to thank Leader Thune and Chairman Scott for their unwavering commitment to get this critical piece of legislation across the finish line. I want to thank my colleagues and our staff for the absurd number of hours that we spent in windowless rooms over the last weeks to bring this bill to the finish line. It's not too late for America to show the world that our nation doesn't just adapt to change, We lead it. Let's get Genius passed and secure America's financial future. Mr. President, I yield back, and I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, on a
The
bipartisan
Senate is
basis.
in a quorum call.
We in a quorum call? Okay. I asked to
The Senate is in a quorum call.
consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, on a bipartisan basis, the Senate will pass its first major digital asset legislation ever, the Genius Act. With this bill, the United States is one step closer to becoming the global leader in crypto. The Genius Act establishes a pro-growth regulatory framework for payment stablecoins. This bill will cement U.S. dollar dominance. It will protect customers. It will drive demand for U.S. treasuries, and it will ensure that digital asset innovation happens in the United States of America, not abroad. With Genius, the value of stablecoins will be pegged to the U.S. dollar and backed one-to-one by cash and short-term U.S. treasuries. This will provide certainty and confidence for more wide-scale adoption of this transformational technology. By combining the dollar's advantages with the speed and the efficiency of blockchain technology, the Genius Act facilitates traditional finance's adoption of crypto and ushers in a new era of payments. The prospect of faster and cheaper payments will have far-reaching implications for our financial system. Once the Genius Act is law, businesses of all sizes and Americans across the country will be able to settle payments nearly instantaneously, rather than waiting for days or sometimes even weeks. Put simply, stablecoins are a paradigm-shifting development that can bring our payment system into the 21st century. This legislation establishes procedures for issuing stablecoins. It designates clear roles for federal and state regulators. It implements standards for consumer protection, and it includes strong safeguards to deter illicit activity. Protections so that with the passage of Genius, stablecoin issuers could become the world's largest holders of U.S. treasuries by 2030. Such an outcome would enhance our physical resilience, and it will cement the U.S. dollar's dominance as the global reserve currency. The positive implications of this legislation are hard to overstate. Today will be remembered as an inflection point for innovation in the United States of America. I'd like to thank my colleagues for supporting this legislation. Particularly, I'd like to thank Leader John Thune, Senators Scott, Lummis, Gillibrand, and also Brooks for helping to get this legislation across the finish line. I'd also like to thank a wonderful staff, particularly calling out Luke Pettit, Chris Land, Catherine Fuchs, Bill Rockwood, Nick Larson, and Chris Toppings, all of whom have put in effort night and day to make certain that this legislation is a success. I look forward to getting the Genius Act signed into law in very short order. Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will report executive calendar number 98.
Federal Communications Commission, Olivia, trustee of Maryland, to be a member.
The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hallen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Crapo, and Haggerty. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Merkley, Murray, Schatz, Smith, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Booker, No. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Padilla? No. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Curtis? Aye. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Marshall? Aye. Mr. King? No. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Murphy? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Aye. Mr. Justice? Aye. Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Kane? Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Also Brooks? No. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. Sheehy? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Fetterman? Aye. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Paul? Aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Schmidt? Aye. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Yeah. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Where? Mr. Gallego? No. Ms. Lummis? Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session and resume consideration of S 1582, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 66, S 1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
Calendar number 66, S 1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill as amended. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett.
No.
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, wait, okay. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley,
Lately, I've been messing up.
Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Booker, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Kim, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Ossoff, Paul, Rosen, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Slotkin, Sullivan, Tillis, Warner, Warnock, Wicker. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Welch, Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Markley, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Brooks, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Paul, no.
The yeas are 68, the nays are 30. The bill as amended is passed.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk. Senate Resolution 284, Senate Resolution 285, Senate Resolution 286.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection. The Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on Wednesday, June 18th. That following the prayer and the pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 130, Rodney Scott, further notwithstanding Rule 22 at 12 o'clock noon. The Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Scott nomination, and following the cloture vote, the Senate vote on confirmation of executive calendar number 99, Olivia Trusty. Further, if cloture is invoked on the Scott nomination, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination at 1:45. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session of the Senate, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my colleagues.
Without objection.
One more thing.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today with my colleague from Minnesota, Senator Smith, to honor 2 Minnesotans who were friends of ours, who were taken from us this weekend in a shocking act of political violence. Representative Melissa Hortman, our former Speaker of the House, and her husband, Mark Hortman. I'm also continuing to pray for State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, who survived a brutal assassination attempt. John took 9 bullets and Yvette took 8, and they are continuing to recover in the hospital. I've been in touch with Yvette, and she is grateful for the outpouring of support from all over the country for their family. And I want to extend my enormous gratitude to the hundreds and hundreds of local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly over the course of a 43-hour manhunt to apprehend the suspect. They ran toward the danger. They risked their lives. And because of their bravery and diligence, our state was able to breathe a sigh of relief Sunday night, knowing that this man was no longer at large. The local officers from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, also stopped further assassinations, along with other officers, in the moment by going over to check on legislators after learning about what had happened at Senator Hoffman's house. We now know that the assassin went to 2 other legislators' home in between the 2 shootings that night, and in one case sped off after being spotted by the police. While it was too late to save Melissa and Mark, the officer's decision to check on their house allowed them to spot the assassin, separate him from his vehicle, and begin the manhunt. But right now, we want to focus on who Melissa and Mark were as people. They were great neighbors, wonderful friends, and great parents to their beloved children, Sophie and Colin. Melissa is someone that I wish the whole Senate and the whole nation knew. We treasured her in Minnesota. She was the epitome of what you want in a public servant. She went into it for all the right reasons. She grew up in Spring Lake Park in Andover, Minnesota, working at her family's used auto parts company in Blaine in the summers. After leaving for college, she came back to Minnesota for law school and began her career in our state. She was always devoted to her community. She was a Girl Scout leader and taught Sunday school at her local Catholic church. And she was always one of the first to raise her hand when someone needed a volunteer for, well, just about anything, including training service dogs for veterans. One of them, Gilbert, was just too friendly for service because he couldn't just focus on one person, and so their family adopted him and loved him very much. Sadly, he was shot that night, and the two children had to make the decision to put him down this weekend. How they love that dog. Melissa and I first ran for public office around the same time, both with little kids, me for county attorney's office, her for the state legislature. That's how I got to know her. I was the county attorney, she was running for legislature. We went door to door together, and it seemed like she knew everyone in the district already. She was elected in 2004 and served in the Minnesota House for 20 years, and she left a lasting impact. As a legislator, she authored legislation that created Minnesota's solar energy standard. As minority leader, she guided her caucus with conviction and a sense of humor, and she wasn't afraid to call out the all-male card game taking place during debates. When her colleagues chose to make her the speaker, her first order of business was getting rid of the speaker's mute button. As she said at the time, "I have a gavel, and a gavel is good enough for me." Melissa was one of the most consequential speakers in the history of our state. She knew no limits in terms of trying to get people together, trying to get things done. And while I cannot believe she is gone, Minnesotans will be feeling the impact of her leadership forever. When a Minnesota student gets a free school lunch, that's Melissa. When a Minnesota parent is able to take paid leave to spend those early, precious moments with a newborn, that's Melissa. When a Minnesota voter casts a ballot without facing unfair discrimination, that's Melissa. When a woman is able to access reproductive care in our state, that's Melissa. And when our state achieves 100% clean energy by 2040, that will be because of Melissa. And when we had a tied state house this year, it was Melissa who forged a power-sharing agreement and a budget with her Republican counterpart. She was a generational leader, and she led with integrity and with courage. She, like her husband Mark, who you see here, who also was accomplished in business and a kind person, they were compassionate and they were smart and they were just nice to everyone, and I can't believe they are gone. Here they are with their kids. The polarization in our country, the divisions, the online hate needs to stop. Violence has absolutely no place in our democracy. We need to come together and bring down the rhetoric. We must be united in the face of this attack. It was simply un-American. That's why the entire Minnesota delegation, Democrats and Republicans, including Senator Smith, including Congressman Emmer, came together over the weekend to call this violence out. We spoke with one voice to condemn it. And in our state, Melissa's colleagues on both sides of the aisle have done the same. We need to recognize the reality that there are unbalanced people out there, read things online, they believe them, they act on them. We have seen this too many times. There are many things we can do as a body to fix this problem, and I'm sure in the days to come we will offer legislation on security and all kinds of things. But we don't need to pass a law for people to turn down the rhetoric, to treat each other with decency and respect, to act a little more like Melissa and Mark. Mr. President, Melissa and Mark Hortman were the best of us. I am shattered to have lost them, but eternally grateful to have known them. I want to end by sharing a message from their beloved kids, Sophie and Colin. They wrote this just last night. This tragedy must become a moment for us to come together. Hold your loved ones a little closer, love your neighbors, treat each other with kindness and respect. The best way to honor our parents' memory, they said, is to do something, whether big or small, to make our community just a little better for someone else. I urge my colleagues to hear that message, and I'm honored to be here with my wonderful colleague, Senator Smith. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
The Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, many thanks to my colleague, Senator Klobuchar, for her heartfelt words. So I rise today because my friend Melissa Hortman, Speaker Emerita of the Minnesota State House, incredible person and strong leader, was shot and killed Saturday morning along with her husband, Mark, in a tragic, politically motivated attack. Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette were also shot a total of 17 times, and Yvette incredibly and selflessly used her own body to shield their daughter from the attacker. I thank God that they are expected to recover. I am filled with gratitude for the state and local and federal law enforcement that marshaled all of their resources to keep Minnesota safe after this horrendous attack and to mount the largest manhunt in the history of our state to capture this shooter late on Sunday evening. This was an unspeakable act of political violence, an act and an attack on our democracy, as well as a personal tragedy. And there will be a time and a place to discuss the evilness of Speaker Emerita Hortman's assassination, the forces that drove her assassination to violence, and how we as leaders must rise to this moment and speak with one voice to condemn violent political attacks. But today, I want my colleagues and America and everybody back home in Minnesota to know the kind of person and leader that Melissa was. And I want to think especially of Colin and Sophie, who have lost their parents, their mom and dad, and understand that they will not be forgotten by me or Senator Klobuchar or many, many thousands of people. I hope that everyone will be able to understand a little bit more keenly the depth of our grief, the human cost to the loss of Melissa and Mark's family and their friends and their community, and to Minnesota and to our nation. So, Mr. President, I don't know about you, but I need a little inspiration right now. And Melissa was inspirational. The first thing you need to know about Melissa was that she was a middle-class girl from the North Metro of the Twin Cities. She was funny, she was straightforward, and she was kind. She was smart and driven and determined, and she did well because she worked hard at everything that she did. From her first job making burritos to her last job leading her caucus through a deeply divided legislative session. Nothing was handed to her, and she earned it through her work. And that is the inspiration of the American dream. The second thing that I want you to know about Melissa is that she believed and acted on one of our most American of values, the conviction that we all have a responsibility to one another. We have a responsibility to contribute to our communities. And we have this unshakable belief that our country is great because we feel that connection and that obligation to one another. Service to and respect for others was the guiding principle in Melissa's life. Over the last few days, there have been so many beautiful tributes written to Melissa's life and work, and I see a common thread in all of these remembrances, that even in the rough business of politics, she was someone who never lost focus on our shared humanity, those shared values, and that shared goal that we should all have in public service, which is improving life for Americans. And her gift for focusing on that shared humanity helped her not only to earn the deep loyalty of the members of her own caucus, but also the trust and respect of Republicans on the other side of the aisle. Current House Speaker, Republican Lisa Damuth, recently recalled how Melissa reached out to her at the start of Lisa's leadership. Melissa was the Speaker of the House, and Lisa was coming into leadership, and how she came to view Melissa as a mentor to her leadership. Many disagreements on policy, but Melissa was a mentor to her because she brought such clarity and honesty and compassion to their working relationship. And former Senate Majority Leader, Republican Paul Gazelka, reflected on his years of working closely with Melissa, and he noted that they had built a deep trust with one another because of her honesty, because of her even-keeled temperament, even though she was a very tough negotiator. He remembered their moment of human connection as they shared a hug after the passage of a landmark public safety bill in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd. And in recognition of that hug was in recognition of how they had worked so hard, coming from different places in such a difficult moment for Minnesota. So Melissa always approached her work by leading with compassion and respect for our shared humanity, and of course, she was unafraid to demand that respect in return, both for herself and for others. I mean, she was fearless. One of the most famous anecdotes of her speakership is, Amy was referring to this. One night, it was a long night, colleagues in this room can relate to it, it was a long night, the debate was going on, but there were members of the House that were making important speeches, making personal speeches about the impact of a bill that would have increased criminal penalties in certain protests. And meanwhile, there was a group of male legislators in the back room that were playing cards. And Melissa called them out on this. And these legislators, unaccustomed, I think, to being confronted with their rude behavior, expressed their indignation. And Melissa's response was pretty simple. She said, you know, I am really tired of watching women, and especially women of color, be ignored. So she said, I'm not sorry. Mr. President, I have to tell you that sorry, not sorry became a little bit of a rallying cry around the Minnesota State Capitol after that, and something that we all remembered Melissa for. She lived her values, and she knew how to stand up for others and insisted that we all treat one another with dignity and respect as we undertake the serious work of public service, even in a political climate that too often rewards meanness and sort of a dehumanizing of one another. But here's the third thing I want everyone to know about Melissa Hortman. She was a formidable legislator. Melissa's tenure of public service began long before her election to the Minnesota legislature. She was an intern in this very body for then Senators Al Gore and John Kerry. And after law school, she served as a clerk in our state's court system, and then as an assistant Hennepin County attorney. She first rose to prominence winning a housing discrimination case as a legal aid attorney. What she won for her client was at the time the largest civil award in Minnesota history for housing discrimination, and she was 27 years old. She volunteered on campaigns, she ran for office twice, losing before she won, and came to the Minnesota legislature. She was tenacious. And once elected, her talent was immediately obvious to her caucus, and by her second term, she was already mounting and growing in leadership. And by the time she was elected speaker, she had a remarkable record as a negotiator, an honest broker, someone who was true to her principles, even when she had to make tough choices. Melissa's leadership during the 2023 legislative session of the Minnesota legislature was nothing short of historic. Much has been written about the great accomplishments of this legislative session in Minnesota, Mr. President, but I think an underappreciated part of this was that this remarkable session didn't just happen in one short period. It happened because of years and years and years of work by legislators and organizers and activists building the support and the consensus. And Melissa was a part of that work from the very beginning. The success of that legislature and that legislative session came because of her ability to see an opportunity and to meet the moment and meet it with deftness and courage, and the result has been transformational to Minnesota. She always believed that you can make a difference for people if you work at it, and she did. And because of her leadership, more than 13.5 million more Minnesota students get a healthy and free breakfast and lunch in 2024. Minnesota is on track to eliminate all lead water service lines by 2023, thanks to Melissa. More than 65,000 Minnesotans were automatically registered to vote. And Minnesota, of course, is the state, we're very proud of this, with the second highest voter turnout in the 2024 presidential election, and the highest youth voter turnout by far. And starting next year, Mr. President, working Minnesotans who are starting or growing or caring for their families will have access to paid leave, thanks to Melissa. In short, millions of Minnesotans are better off because of the work that she did. Her record of accomplishment is so extensive, it's hard to capture it all in just a few short minutes. And so it is so bitter to realize that she was only 55. She had so many more contributions to make, so much, as Melissa would say, don't get carried away. I was just going to do my work. I was going to work as hard as I could. And so it is bitter for us that her life was taken in this way, and it will now be up to all of us to carry on these fights. And I will miss her leadership and her friendship as our state navigates these uncertain times. Mr. President, I look around this Senate chamber and I see legislators who, like Melissa, understand that the job of a legislature and a legislator is to help fix things, not just talk about fixing things, to lift up people who need help, to build opportunity, and to use the power of our connections to one another to build a better, stronger, more fair community. And I hope my colleagues will take heart and inspiration from Melissa's example and rededicate ourselves to what it means to be a legislator, working across lines of difference to solve problems for the people who sent us here. I want to just also close with a suggestion from Melissa and Mark's beloved children, Sophie and Colin, to all of us in Minnesota just yesterday. And it is in the spirit of Melissa's directness and down-to-earthness. She said, if you would like to honor the memory of Mark and Melissa, please consider the following. Plant a tree, visit a local park, and make use of the amenities, especially a bike trail. Pet a dog. A golden retriever is ideal, but any will do. Tell your loved ones a cheesy dad joke and laugh about it. Bake something, bread from Mark or a cake from Melissa, and share it with someone. Try a new hobby and enjoy learning something. Stand up for what you believe in, especially if that thing is justice and peace. May the memory of Melissa and Mark be a blessing to all who knew and loved them, and may John and Yvette have a speedy recovery, and may we all find a way to recover and be better after these terrible attacks. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first of all, I just want to say how powerful the presentations were, talking about the tragedy of Minnesota and how all of our hearts go out to the families and to the entire state, because it is obviously something that had a profound impact upon the entire community, and it is something that has all of us grieving for them. And I was just touched, as I think everyone who heard it, with the presentations that we heard. So, Mr. President, I rise today in opposition to the Republicans' big billionaire boondoggle, which is economic sabotage and climate denial masquerading as fiscal policy. Last night's Senate Finance Committee text doesn't just double down on repealing smart, clean energy tax credits. It erodes our progress and our chance at a livable future. Senate Republicans are doubling down on egregious attacks against historic investments in the Inflation Reduction Act, cutting more than $500 billion in investments and programs, threatening hundreds of thousands of jobs and raising monthly household energy bills. In 2024, this is the big number, 2024, 94% of all new electricity generation added to our country was wind and solar and batteries. I want to repeat that. In 2024, 94% of all of the new electrical generation capacity added in our country was wind and solar and batteries. That's 50,000 megawatts of solar, 4,000 megawatts of wind, 11,000 megawatts of batteries. And you compare that with the fuels of the past, well, last year, only 2,500 megawatts of natural gas were added, and 0 from coal. That is the present state of affairs for electrical generation installation in our country in 2025, as we begin this debate in the Senate over the reconciliation bill, over the tax policy for our country. Unfortunately, it's why the oil and gas and coal industry, through the Republicans, are using the budget bill to rig the game while eliminating incentives that lower energy costs and reduce pollution. But they're not going to remove the tax breaks for the fossil fuel industry. So what's about to unfold is that we're going to see the pursuance of a vendetta against wind and solar energy by cutting incentives for the cleanest and cheapest sources of electricity, all to pad the pockets of the big oil and big gas industries. This bill eliminates the residential clean and efficient energy incentives. Let me say that again. If you want to put solar panels on your roof, that tax break is going to be gone. If you want to make your home more energy efficient, that tax break's going to be gone. Heat pumps, all of it is gone, robbing homeowners of the ability to save money on energy bills, breathe safer air indoors at home, and ensure a livable future for their families. And it also removes support for families looking to buy a clean vehicle, an electric vehicle, and saving money at the pump, and imposes draconian restrictions on large-scale solar and wind incentives. That is, the solar and wind installations that the utilities may want to install in our country. So it's a multi-pronged attack upon what is, in 2024, and it's already unfolding again in 2025, the future. It's wind and solar and batteries. And it is unfolding in a way which, again, threatens the incumbent energy sources. And in place of these programs, there's no solutions. There's just more pollution that is going to be what happens as a result of what the Republicans are trying to do with this bill. And you wind up with higher prices You wind up with fewer jobs. If this bill passes, solar deployment is expected to drop nearly 40% by 2030 than what it was expected before. And as energy demand increases, driven by power-hungry AI data centers and natural gas LNG exports, Republicans are choosing to strangle America's supply of cheap solar and wind, which we're going to need for the AI revolution. The estimates are that AI itself over the next 10 years could double the need for electricity in our country. And what this bill will do is take wind and solar and batteries off the field and then say to the natural gas industry and oil industry, you figure out how to get it done. But that's not what obviously people in our country want. They're making decisions that have resulted in 2024 with 94% of all new electricity being wind and solar and batteries. So it's heading in just the opposite direction of where the American people are heading. So this is just economics 101. High demand plus low supply means higher energy prices for everyone. That's what they're setting up if we take wind and solar out of the mix, forcing families on average to pay $150 more per month on their energy bills just in 5 years, and $260 per month more each month in 10 years, because there won't be the competition and there won't be the supply. And the less the supply is, the higher the price for the remaining electricity in our society. And it will also destroy 840,000 American jobs by the year 2030. Jobs that would have been people up on roofs installing the solar, or having offshore wind work for electricians off of the Atlantic coast, or installing home efficiency into homes across our country, and just going through the home to make it more energy efficient, solar installation, fewer manufacturing jobs for solar and wind all across our country. Republicans want to frame their cuts as eliminating wasteful Democratic spending, but the communities and constituents they were elected to represent, they are going to stand to lose a great deal. The states with the highest spikes in energy prices are going to be South Carolina, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Mississippi, and Louisiana under this bill. We're taking out the alternatives that could have helped to moderate the prices in those states. And the states with the largest job losses, Texas, Florida, Indiana, and Georgia. So this isn't a red state or a blue state issue. This is creating a national economic crisis. 80% of the IRA funding has gone to red states, 80%. Only 20% to blue states. And by the way, that's how the bill was designed. The extra tax breaks went to the states that would be energy transition states. And there's been an explosion by the hundreds of thousands of new jobs. And the Republican bill would make the United States the laggard, not the leader in innovation. Already China is investing over 4 times more than the United States in renewable energy. Here's China's plan. They plan on investing $1 trillion a year for the next 10 years every year. $10 trillion. And the same thing is true for Japan. They've already made an announcement that they're going to invest $1 trillion over the next 10 years. So we might as well just be gift wrapping the clean energy industry, gift wrapping it for China and for other countries to be the global leader. So that's where we are. Instead of catching up and overtaking China, this bill will seed more jobs and more progress. And Republicans are putting our health and our planet up for sale. This bill would increase emissions equivalent to putting 72 million more cars on the road, and eliminates pollution reduction programs leading to approximately 930 additional premature deaths every single year. So that's the plan when it comes to clean energy, and it is going to be an absolute disaster for us. And additionally, as affirmed last night, Republicans want to slash over $1 trillion from our healthcare system, and the House already passed cuts that would rip $800 billion from Medicaid and $500 billion from Medicare. The Senate Republicans released text last night that doesn't just support these cuts, but makes them actually worse. And their changes would make it harder for people to stay on their insurance. It would create more paperwork for patients to fill out. It would make it more difficult for states to fund their health care programs. And it would leave less people with access to health care across our nation. It would take 16 or 17 million people and take away their insurance in our country. So this isn't just line items or a spreadsheet. This is people's lives. If we cut people off their health insurance and less money goes to hospitals, nursing homes, health clinics, people will not be able to get health care. People will lose their local hospitals, nursing homes, and clinics. Health workers will lose their jobs, and rural communities could lose their biggest employers. People will be forced to make impossible decisions about whether their health care is worth going into bankruptcy or medical debt. And if Republicans pass this bill, instead of addressing our country's health care crisis, we will be supercharging. But they don't need to listen to me. Here's what the experts have found. A study published in the Annals of Internal Medicine found that Republican cuts would increase the number of people skipping medical care because of costs from nearly 129,000 people to nearly 839,000 people a year. A study from Yale and Penn found that federal budget cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act would lead to 51,000 deaths per year. And just last week, I released data produced by the Sheps Center at the University of North Carolina about how substantial cuts to Medicare and Medicaid could force 338 hospitals across the country into financial distress, leading them to cut services or close the hospital altogether. Where are those hospitals? Well, in Kentucky, there are 35 of them that could be at risk for their viability. In Louisiana, it's 33 hospitals. These are rural hospitals. They rely upon Medicaid. They rely upon the Affordable Care Act to pay the bills. So this is something that is going to be very, very dangerous for hundreds of rural hospitals put on the brink because of the decisions made by Republicans in this Congress and in this White House. This is a lethal risk to take on to pay the tax breaks for billionaires. If this bill passes and even one patient loses their insurance because of burdensome paperwork in a single hospital or nursing home, the responsibility will fall on anyone who voted yes on this bill. And our state and local public health officials know this risk, which is why they're asking to stop these cuts. The Louisiana State House, with a Republican majority, passed a resolution just this week asking Congress to, quote, oppose sweeping or indiscriminate cuts to Medicaid and to instead work in partnership with states to strengthen and preserve the program for the future. That's the Louisiana State House Republicans. The Houghton County Board of Commissioners in Michigan voted to oppose Medicaid cuts. 52 organizations in Alabama, including the Alabama Cancer Society and Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, churches all across the state wrote to the governor urging opposition to health care cuts, citing the need for more care and less bureaucracy. And on June 12th, 900 state and local elected officials from across the country, including mayors and state senators and representatives, attorney generals, all stood up to come out against, quote, the damaging and reckless plan. And these proposed cuts are as dangerous as they are pointless. So I'm going to conclude on this. Donald Trump and Republicans only need to rush these cuts through to guarantee tax breaks for billionaires. So the people who will benefit the most are the upper 0.1%. And as millions more Americans lose their health care, and billionaires who can afford concierge medicine will get a handout from the government. The rich will get richer, while the sick, that is the poorest, are going to be left without their health care. They're the ones who are going to lose their insurance. This is what this billionaire boondoggle is all about. It takes financial security from children, rips dinner off the family table, and crushes people's opportunities for health and financial security and sells it away to the ultra-wealthy. This is not a big, beautiful bill, as Donald Trump would call it. It is a big billionaire buy-off and a bludgeoning of our health, our economy, our future. We don't have to do this. Making these cuts is optional, and I'm asking my Republican colleagues to please vote no. We can do a lot better with this legislation. Please, please let us negotiate a sensible resolution of this legislation. And with that, Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President,
The Senator from Oregon.
I thank my colleague from Massachusetts for laying out how families lose and billionaires win on this not so beautiful bill that Trump has put forward. It's really a big, beautiful betrayal. Betrayal because Trump campaigned for helping families. But as we've seen with the details in the end, this is about helping billionaires. The bottom 20%, the less affluent, they get tax benefits of about $90 a year. Somebody who earns $1 million gets $90,000 a year tax benefit. $90,000 for an already well-off rich individual, and $90 for an ordinary family struggling to get on its feet. Mr. President, I'm going to talk about a different aspect of the reconciliation bill. But before I do so, my heart is with the people of Minnesota who have lost Melissa and Mark Hortman. Melissa, Speaker of the House, is a former Speaker of the House in Oregon. I know the type of effort that goes into coordinating a legislative session, the commitment to so many different policy issues, striving to build a better state, a better state of Minnesota. And Melissa and Mark are no longer with us because of an act of hate, an act of violence, something that so goes against the vision of free speech and free assembly in America, where we can come together and argue our points and disagree profoundly with each other. But out of that big stew of ideas comes policies that hopefully take us forward, not violence that takes us to the grave. So again, my heart is with Melissa and Mark's family and the people of Minnesota. And I hope we can all work together to end the type of rhetoric, the type of framing that suggests that the differences that we have, though large on policy, that neither side is coming from an evil point of view. They're bringing different differences that have to be worked out in legislatures like the U.S. Senate. And now turning to an issue that has to be worked out in our U.S. Senate is the challenge of having honest budget numbers for the conversation over the reconciliation bill. Back in 1974, the Senate and House were alarmed over the growing deficits. They were microscopic compared to the type of deficits we have today. But still, people said, let's not get on that path of expanding the national debt. Let's create a real budgeting process where we lay out a vision at the front end so that the bills that are passed by the committees, the revenue bills and the policy bills, fit into that budget framework. So we will have control over the result, whether it's a surplus that we want or whether we want to spend more and run up some deficit because perhaps it's a year in which the economy is dipping and we need to provide some stimulus. But the point was a front-end budgeting process into which we could put the effect of all these different bills in the course of the year. So it was an act designed to bring planning for revenue and spending levels into a coherent framework by laying out a budget and holding committees accountable to that budget vision. In this Budget Act, Congress created two significant tools for very different and separate purposes. One of them is Section 312 of the Budget Act. Section 312 says that the Committee on the Budget will establish estimates of quote, the levels of new budget authority, outlays, direct spending, new entitlements authority, and revenues for a fiscal year. So there's the framework. And to clarify, for most of the work that's done, the committee depends on the Joint Committee on Taxation for revenue projections and depends upon the Congressional Budget Office for the cost of programs. But this section in 312 has also been interpreted to give the chair of the Budget Committee the authority to resolve complex scoring questions that come up or technical ambiguities that come up on particular programs or particular revenue measures during normal legislating. I emphasize, during normal legislating, has nothing to do with reconciliation. Now, Congress created a second tool that was specifically about reconciliation. It is presented in the Budget Act and for a very special purpose. This section, reconciliation, was to be a filibuster-free pathway in the Senate for one reason and one reason alone: decreasing the deficit. And you can imagine, there's Robert Byrd, who's the champion of the filibuster, wants everything to have to go through a supermajority vote. It was often used against civil rights bills, but it was often used in other ways as well. And he would not let go of that for any reason except the special role of reducing the national deficit. 100 senators said yes to that vision, all the Democrats, all the Republicans. So we have in that act a section 313, affectionately known as the Byrd Rule, that lays out some very specific details for how to handle that reconciliation process. So we have section 312, normal budgeting for non-reconciliation bills, and we have section 313 with special rules for reconciliation bills. Now, why am I coming to the floor to make such a detailed examination for issues that we wouldn't normally, well, wrestle with in a public forum? Well, the answer is because there is a plan afoot to take this tool that was always used and framed for regular budgeting to give a bit of flexibility to the Budget Committee through the Budget Chair, to resolve complex technicalities or abnormalities, issues on small issues in normal bills, and apply it in a completely corrupted version to Section 313, overruling the Foundation for Reconciliation. Two very different tools, two very different purposes, but taking one and applying it to the other destroys the integrity of the reconciliation process. And I'm going to lay that out in some detail. Section 312 allows the Budget Chair to be a referee, to find bipartisan common ground to resolve those ambiguities in the budgets, but again, never used in reconciliation because it wasn't intended for that purpose. Now, if you're going to have a special process to reduce deficits, you have to agree to have honest numbers. So therefore, the Act created the Congressional Budget Office to give us those honest numbers on what programs cost. And then you have honest integrity with numbers on revenue coming from the Joint Committee on Taxation. So you have these two institutions and a commitment in Section 313 to honest budgeting numbers. So we'll quit fooling ourselves and we'll quit fooling the public, because the goal was to reduce the deficit, and you can't reduce the deficit if you're lying about what new measures will cost, whether they be revenue measures or they be policy measures. So it would completely defeat the purpose of reconciliation to simply have the Budget Chair, who could resolve a technical ambiguity in a normal bill, be able to say, well, that is such a power. I'm going to transport it from a normal budget bill over to reconciliation. Instead of using honest numbers from CBO and from the Joint Committee on Taxation, I'm going to just create my own hall of mirrors, my own smoke, and my own baseline to pretend that things don't cost what they really cost. It's a complete obliteration of the responsibility for integrity in the reconciliation process, which again was designed only to decrease the deficit. Now, there's been a bit of a journey for the House and Senate since 1974. And that foundation, that this reconciliation process would only be used to reduce the deficit, got blown up in 1996. My colleagues across the aisle decided that, well, they wanted to pass a big tax bill, and they knew they couldn't do it through regular order, so they repurposed a process designed to reduce the deficit so that it could also be used for a tax bill that increases the deficit. Well, that was a painful blow to fiscal responsibility because each and every one of their tax bills has vastly increased the deficit. But they retained two other things. A second pillar that said after 10 years, every title has to either be deficit neutral or reduce the deficit, so after a 10-year frame, and that they would continue to use honest numbers. Okay, well, so now we have another situation where we've arrived here using reconciliation, not for its original purpose to decrease the deficit, but for a tax bill. But pillars 2 and 3 were still in place up till this moment. No deficits in any title after 10 years, and using honest numbers. But the chair of the Budget Committee is saying, I don't want to keep Pillar 2 and 3. I don't want to keep Pillar 2 that says everything after 10 years has to be a deficit neutral, deficit reduction. And I don't want to use honest numbers because it lets the world see how expensive this bill is and kind of destroys our reputation for fiscal responsibility. So we want to create some magic math, some false baseline to pretend that the bill does not have a lot of deficit. Well, this is a huge mistake. And I'm just here to say, let's not let this happen. Let's not destroy the second and third pillars. Let's not destroy the second pillar, which says no deficits after 10 years. Let's not destroy the third pillar, which says we'll use honest numbers from Joint Taxation, Joint Committee on Taxation, and the Congressional Budget Office. There are two reasons that my colleague who chairs the Budget Committee wants to take this provision from Section 312 for normal budgeting that gives some flexibility to the budget chair and bring it over and create this new fake baseline so this bill doesn't look like it will run up the debt that it obviously runs up. One is that he wants to make the tax cuts permanent, meaning deficits will be run far beyond the 10-year period. And second, he wants the American people to believe that this is not going to create huge, massive additional deficits and debt. Well, those are not good reasons. We should all work together to maintain the second and third pillars of no deficits after 10 years. The third pillar, that in fact we will use honest numbers and not lie to ourselves and not lie to the American people about the cost of a bill. He calls this new fake baseline current policy baseline. And part of what the little twist is to say, hey, the law says that a tax provision ends, but we'll pretend that it doesn't say that. The law doesn't say that, and that it just continues on forever. And since we're now pretending that the law was written differently than it was really written, it's really not a new provision that costs anything. Because all these new extensions or new tax provisions cost because they reduce the revenues. We'll just pretend they don't. But you know, it's that side of pretending that got us into this trouble to begin with. That's what the 1974 bill was about. Let's quit lying to ourselves. Let's quit lying to the public. Let's quit pretending that we're not creating deficits when we are. Let's have honest budgeting. So, The irony is that you can even see how this philosophy fails even within the Republican bill. Because if this philosophy that every bill or measure that was pretend that the law says ends actually continues, then there would be no reason to have in the bill what my Republican colleagues have put in the bill, which is they end a bunch of tax provisions in the middle of the 10-year period so they can say the bill costs less. So the old laws that are going to expire, we pretend they continue. But the new laws that we're creating at this very moment that end within the 10 years, we pretend they actually end. You can see how phony this situation is. And we need to do better. Now let me just go through how modest the use of Section 312 in general budgeting was. The first is, it was always bipartisan. It was bipartisan in 2017. It was bipartisan in 2023 and 25 and 24, 25. Each of these times it was bipartisan. But this new proposal is to use it in this partisan fashion. It's a complete deviation from a budget chair working out a gnarly problem in order to be able to figure out how should we really resolve how this individual policy should be evaluated, and instead turn it into an instrument in which you fake the numbers and do it in a partisan way. So that's not the only way that this would break protocol. The second is that each time it was used on a very narrow provision. It was routine, or in 2017 on the Crime Victims Fund, on the Power Marketing Administrations, on the Preventing Double Counting of a Dairy Program, of adjustments to the Fiscal Responsibility Act. It was always on a very narrow provision, not creating a whole new baseline out of thin air in order to fake the numbers over deficits and debt. One example on this is 2017. Republican Chair Mike Enzi directed CBO to use the original current law baseline for the Crime Victims Fund rather than a new baseline with updated numbers, because essentially if you have a baseline at the start of the year and then a few months pass and numbers change slightly, and if you keep inventing or having to use a new baseline that's changing just small amounts, it makes no sense because they aren't significant changes. So it was an issue to say, no, let's go ahead and use the baseline from the start of the year rather than updating it every single time every week goes by. So a narrow, very narrow issue. And as I noted before, it was to resolve an ambiguity. Each time it's been used, it's to resolve an ambiguity. But in this case, it's to create ambiguity. It's to create confusion. It's to create smoke and mirrors. It's to create a phony baseline, lie to ourselves and to the public about what this bill costs. And that is just wrong. Let me give you an example. In 2000, a deal had been struck on how to score activities of the Power Marketing Administration. But over the years, the Congressional Budget Office has started scoring the program differently from the 2000 arrangement. In 2023 and 24, Senate Budget Chair Sheldon Whitehouse and House Budget Chair Jody Arrington invoked Section 312 to have CBO remember and observe the original 2000 agreement. It was an example of Section 312 being used to resolve a technical ambiguity. Let's look at one other way that it's been used in the past. It had never used on reconciliation. It was not used on reconciliation in 2017. It was not used when they addressed the Power Marketing Administration. That was not in reconciliation. Preventing the double counting of a dairy program was not in reconciliation. Adjusting the Fiscal Responsibility Act was not in reconciliation. This provision wasn't designed for reconciliation. Reconciliation has its own set of rules in Section 313. And those rules say each provision, the word is provision in the proposed law, is accounted for in terms of estimating accurately through these numbers from CBO and the Joint Committee on Taxation what its real effect will be. So that's the story. And give you an example, in 2023, Senator Whitehouse and Rep. Arrington again worked together to resolve an issue in the Farm Bill, in which CBO was scoring for a dairy program, reducing the cost of extending the program by $105 million over 10 years. But CBO didn't include it in the new Farm Bill's baseline, meaning the Ag Committee has to pay for the program a second time out of the funding allocated to their committee. That didn't make any sense, so they fixed it. That's an example. Very narrow, bipartisan, and we're talking small numbers. Let's turn to those issues over small numbers. Well, they aren't so small when you think about this in terms of our normal trip to the grocery store. 73 million or less than 200 million. In one case, on the Fiscal Responsibility Act, again, a bipartisan specific provision, $2.8 billion. What is this bill about? What is this fake baseline being used to hide in this case? $37 trillion of additional debt. Again, this is absolutely a crime against fiscal responsibility. It's blowing up the last two pillars from the 1974 Act. No additional debt or deficit past 10 years in any title. Honest use of numbers from CBO and the Joint Committee on Taxation. Taking a provision to allow taking on small ambiguities to be wrestled with in a bipartisan fashion and resolved, taking that flexibility and using it in a wholesale destruction of responsible budgeting. So let's not do this. Colleagues, the deficit now annually is sizable. It's about 6% of our gross domestic product. Remember the end of the Clinton administration? We were raising in revenue about 21% of GDP. We were spending about 21%. We were actually running a surplus. Now we are spending 6% more of GDP than we're bringing in as revenue. We're no longer bringing in 21% of GDP in revenue. We're bringing in 17%. We're no longer spending 21%. We're spending 23%. And this bill, by the way, will crank up that gap between revenue and spending even more as time passes. It is a pathway to not only destroying the current programs that my colleague from Massachusetts was talking about, 16 million people losing health care, 4 million children growing hungry to give tax breaks to billionaires. It's not only a pathway to destroy current programs, but it runs up debt to destroy the ability to provide fundamental programs in housing and health care and education for the next generation. And that is wrong. And that's why I say to you, colleagues on both sides of the aisle, let's be honest about the numbers. Let's not corrupt the process by bringing a measure that belongs in the regular budgeting world, not in the reconciliation world, in order to destroy reconciliation as a process that will not reduce or will not increase deficits after 10 years and will honestly convey the effect of each provision in the bill as to whether it raises revenue or spends money. Preserve honest budgeting. Let's do that. It will serve us well. It will serve the nation well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I arrived at a late hour with few folks on the floor to talk about the most serious issue we could ever talk about on the floor of the United States Senate, the prospect that America may soon be in a war. There's no part of the Constitution that's more important than the Article 1 provisions making plain that the United States should not be at war without a vote of Congress. And yet the news of the day suggests that we are potentially on the verge of a war with Iran. When I was elected to the Senate in 2012, having served as a governor from 2006 to 2010 during a tremendous upsurge in the two wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, I visited our troops multiple times. in the Green Zone in Baghdad and in Afghanistan. I went to the deployments and the homecomings. I went to the wakes and the funerals. And I told myself when I came to the Senate that if I ever had the chance to stop this nation from getting into an unnecessary war, I would do everything I could to stop us from getting into an unnecessary war. I happen to believe that the United States engaging in a war against Iran, a third war in the Middle East since 2001, would be a catastrophic blunder for this country. I think there are some in this body who have a different point of view than me on that point, but I think we should all be able to agree that the fundamental constitutional principle that says we shouldn't be in a war if Congress doesn't have the guts to debate it and vote on it, we should all, having taken an oath to the Constitution, at least support the principle that war is something that should be for Congress to declare. Mr. President, just recently, right before I walked to the floor, the New York Times published this article, and I'm just going to read this to demonstrate the imminence of the threat that this country faces. The article, New York Times, dated today, Iran is preparing missiles for possible retaliatory strikes on U.S. bases, officials say. And I'll just read the first few paragraphs. Iran has prepared missiles and other military equipment for strikes on U.S. bases in the Middle East should the United States join Israel's war against the country, according to American officials who have reviewed intelligence reports. Fears of a wider war are growing among American officials as Israel presses the White House to intervene in its conflict with Iran. If the United States joins the Israeli campaign and strikes Fordo, a key Iranian nuclear facility, the Iranian-backed Houthi militia will almost certainly resume striking ships in the Red Sea, the officials said. They added that pro-Iranian militias in Iraq and Syria would probably try to attack U.S. bases there. Other officials said that in the event of an attack, Iran would begin to mine the Straits of Hormuz, attacking meant to pin American warships in the Persian Gulf. Commanders put American troops on high alert at military bases throughout the region, including in the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. The United States has more than 40,000 troops deployed in the Middle East. I met the father of an Apache helicopter pilot currently deployed in Syria yesterday. Finally, from the article, 2 Iranian officials have acknowledged that the country would attack U.S. bases in the Middle East, starting with those in Iraq, if the United States joins Israel's war. We stand tonight as close to the potential initiation of a third war in the Middle East, the United States against Iran, as we have been during my time in the Senate. And so yesterday morning, when the Senate came into session, I announced, and then I followed up with the filing of a war powers resolution in this body, a privileged resolution that by my clock will mature and be subject to a vote on this floor because of its privileged status on a week from Thursday. 10 days from the filing of such a motion, even by a single senator, the Senate is required to take this matter up for an up or down floor vote about whether or not war should happen without a vote of Congress. A little bit about the Constitution. Many in here have heard me speak about this over the years, but about the Constitution. The framers of the Constitution grappled with the question of how wars should begin, and they grappled with the question in a most unusual way. In the Constitution of 1787, the Article 1 power is the congressional, the legislative power, and the Article 2 power is the executive power. And the framers of the Constitution split war powers into a legislative responsibility and an executive responsibility. The legislative responsibility is clear. Congress declares war. It's in Article 1. The executive responsibility is to be the commander-in-chief. Once Congress, 535 people, have declared war, you don't need 535 commanders-in-chief. That would lead to chaos. So a war once declared by a debate and vote by the people's elected body then gets handed to a president who, as commander-in-chief, is responsible for executing on that declaration. Now, the framers of the Constitution did understand one thing about the president's power, which is the president, as commander-in-chief, should defend the nation. The president always has the ability to defend the United States without asking Congress's permission. Back in 1787, Congress might adjourn and ride horseback back to Vermont. What if the United States was attacked? You couldn't wait for all of Congress to come back to enable the United States to defend itself. And so a president has the inherent power under Article 2 to defend the United States without asking for permission. But it's been the understanding since the very beginning of this republic that if it's more than defending the United States, if it's going on offense in any way, congressional authorization is needed. It's so rare. In other countries and at other times, war has been for the executive. It's been for the king. It's been for the emperor. It's been for the monarch. It's been for the czar. It's been for the sultan. But in the United States, we made a very careful choice to do it differently. And that choice was described most eloquently in a letter from the main drafter of the Constitution, James Madison, to President Thomas Jefferson. Actually, he was not yet president. This letter was dated April 2, 1798. And James Madison described what were they getting at when they vested the power to declare war with Congress. And here's what James Madison wrote. Our Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it. Our Constitution has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war with the legislature. Other countries don't do this. But the framers of our Constitution in 1787 decided we're going to be different. Before we send troops into harm's way, where they could be killed, where they could be injured, where they could see people that they love, their colleagues, killed and injured, before we're going to send troops in harm's way in war, we want to see the people's elected bodies. Both houses have a debate about what the stakes are and whether we should force our troops into harm's way and potentially lose their lives. And that debate will be in full view of the American public, so the American public can understand what's at stake, and then they can call their representatives or write them a letter and tell them what they think about whether war is necessary and whether the sacrifice we ask of our troops should be the ultimate sacrifice that we are often asking of them in war. And that's been the Constitution since 1787. The Constitution's been amended probably in the 25 or 26 amendments now. That has never been amended. That has never been amended. In 1974, Congress grappled with a challenging problem and passed the War Powers Resolution of 1974. What was the problem? The problem in 1974 was this: a president began war without telling Congress. 1974, we were in the midst of the Vietnam War, and Congress did know that, and Congress had passed some legislation at least appropriating funds for it and somewhat authorizing it during the Johnson administration. But President Nixon, Congress knew about the war in Vietnam. Obviously, there was a draft. 56,000 Americans were killed in that war. But President Nixon, without informing Congress, extended the war and started bombing Cambodia. It was called the secret bombing of Cambodia, a new country that had not been covered by war authorizations. And so Congress stepped up and acted and passed the War Powers Resolution of 1974. And that resolution, Mr. President, did a number of things. It established some protocols for when the president initiates military action, providing notice to Congress so that there can't be a secret war, giving Congress some ability, once notice is provided, to try to withdraw notice if it thinks that the war is ill-advised. But the War Powers Resolution also did something else. It gave the power to even one member of Congress, one senator or one House member, if a president initiates war or is on the verge of initiating war. The War Powers Resolution gave to one senator or one congressman the ability to file a resolution to stop a war before it starts or to stop a war once started. And the War Powers Resolution over time has made that a privilege motion, meaning it can bypass committee and be brought up on the floor of the Senate for a vote within an expeditious period of time. A privileged motion is one that sort of elbows everything else out of the way because Congress has judged that the matter is so important that it should take precedence over normal committee proceeding, and it should be considered in a prompt fashion. It's a simple majority vote, not subject to filibuster and cloture. It can't be buried in a committee. It has to be debated on the floor. It's amendable. It can be amended. But as long as you meet the criteria, the privileged criteria in the War Powers Resolution of 1974, you were entitled to try to stop a war before it starts. The criteria that you have to meet, Mr. President, to have the privilege are two. One, hostilities between the United States and another actor, nation, Iran in this case, have to either be underway or they have to be imminent. That has to be the case. You can't just say, I want to stop a war that no one has contemplated and nothing is happening. So you have to demonstrate imminence. And you also have to show that there is no existing congressional authorization authorizing the United States to be at war, in this case with Iran. That second criteria has been met. We had a similar resolution on the floor a few years ago following the U.S. strike that killed the Iranian military leader Soleimani, and the ruling of the parliamentarian and really the acknowledgement of the body was that there is no current congressional authorization authorizing war against Iran. So the question is the imminence standard met? And I would argue that it clearly is. The U.S. is already using U.S. weaponry to knock down Iranian missiles. That's more than imminence, that's actual kinetic hostility. The United States is being urged to enter the war. The United States is moving military assets into the region and withdrawing diplomats from the region. The Iranians are acknowledging that if U.S. enters the war, we have plans to go after U.S. troops, the 40,000 U.S. troops in the area. And so since Congress clearly wanted a member to be able to file such a motion and be heard before a war begins, I believe the imminence standard is clearly met in this case with actual kinetic activity between U.S. weaponry and Iranians. And so over the course of the next few days, you'll likely hear me talk more than once about the need for Congress to stand up and say there shall not be a war against Iran without a congressional vote. Pretty simple proposition. No U.S. war against Iran without a congressional vote. Now, Mr. President, let me answer a couple of questions that colleagues of mine have asked about the resolution that I filed yesterday. First, what about self-defense? What about if Iran does take action against the United States, the homeland, or a U.S. base in the Middle East, or a U.S. consulate in Erbil in the Kurdish area of Iraq? What if Iran takes action against the U.S.? The answer is pretty straightforward. Under the Constitution, the president can defend the United States, and the president doesn't need Congress to do that. So if there is Iranian attack on the United States, the president can and has said he will, and I would strongly support him, as I know everyone in this body would, to defend U.S. interest against Iranian attack. So the self-defense question is mentioned in the resolution. The resolution says nothing in this resolution will block the ability of the U.S. to take legal action to defend itself, and that is clearly contemplated by Article 2. The second question that some ask me is, what about the U.S. helping Israel defend itself? Mr. President, I've been here since January of 2013. I have voted for every Israel defense package that's ever been before this body, and there have been many. Israel receives more defense aid from the United States than any other nation, year after year after year, with my support. And I've done more than vote for Israel defense aid. On a couple of instances, I've I've whipped votes to make sure that we found enough aid for Israel. In April of last year, we passed a supplemental bill in this body that had billions of dollars of aid for Israel in the aftermath of the horrific attacks on Israel by Hamas on October 7. And it was shortly after that vote that Iran launched a set of attacks against Israel, and the defense aid that the U.S. provided enabled us to knock down and assist Israel in knocking down Iranian drones and missiles. That was a good thing. Had those drones and missiles landed in Israel, they would have not only killed and wounded tons of civilians, but they would have led to escalation in the region that would have been unhelpful for all countries in the region. So I stand strong for Israel's right to defend itself, and I stand strong for the United States in providing Israel support so that they can defend itself. But that's a different question. That's a different question than whether the U.S. should go to war with Iran. In my view, there is no compelling security reason for the U.S. to go to war with Iran. And the last question that I want to ask and sort of reflect upon, Mr. President, before concluding is this: what about diplomacy? What about diplomacy? The pages are here, and you have a lot of time on the floor. Sometimes there are speeches and sometimes there aren't. I imagine you've looked a lot at this room and what's in the room. And one of the things that you notice is in the panels all around the room, the blue panels, at the top of the panel is the seal of the United States. That seal of the United States was designed and embraced by the United States in 1782. The seal of the United States is also in the skylight in the ceiling of the Senate chamber. And that seal has essentially been constant since 1782. There's a seal of the President of the United States that's changed a little bit, but the seal of the United States that Congress has used has been constant since 1782. And one thing that is very notable about the seal is the eagle in two claws is holding the arrows of war and the olive branches of peace. But since the very beginning of this republic, the eagle's face has been turned to the olive branches of peace, and it was designed that way to send the symbol that the United States always prefers peace, always prefers diplomacy, and only uses war as a last resort when diplomacy fails. We had a diplomatic deal with Iran that was entered into in 2015 that was limiting their nuclear program. Peacefully, without having to bomb them, without having to kill civilians, without having to assassinate scientists. The United States, together with other nations, used the power of congressional sanctions, Congress did this well, to leverage an agreement whereby Iran agreed, and in the first sentence of the first paragraph of the first page of the agreement, Iran reaffirmed that it would, quote, never seek to purchase, acquire, or develop nuclear weapons. And in the body of that agreement, Iran agreed to a whole series of limitations upon nuclear research, nuclear activity, centrifuge construction, the percentage of enriched uranium it was allowed to have, and also Iran agreed to the most comprehensive inspection regime of any nation on the planet overseen by the International Atomic Energy Agency to ensure that they were meeting their requirements, that they would never seek to purchase, acquire, develop nuclear weapons, and that they would abide by the limits on centrifuges and the limits on enriched uranium and other activities. The agreement was working. Don't take it from Senator Kaine. The International Atomic Energy Association said the agreement was working. The allies and adversaries, Russia and China, were part of this deal, as were the UK and France and Germany. Those who worked on the deal said the agreement was working. It wasn't turning Iran from a bad actor to a good actor. It wasn't stopping all of Iran's bellicose behavior, but it was limiting the very nuclear program that is now trying to be bombed out of existence. We had an agreement that was working. President Trump became president in January of 2017, and he said, I don't like the agreement that President Obama did. I want to get out of it. President Trump's own cabinet, his Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis, said, don't get out of this agreement, it's working. His Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, don't get out of this agreement, it's working. His National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster, a former general, don't get out of this agreement, it's working. For God's sake, we have used diplomacy just as we are supposed to by preferring peace and diplomacy first to deprive Iran of a path to a nuclear weapon. Shouldn't we prefer diplomacy rather than putting at risk the life of American troops, the 40,000 troops who are in the Middle East? So what happened to the diplomatic agreement? President Trump started to talk about abandoning it. I wrote a piece in Time magazine in 2017, and I said, if you abandon this agreement when it's working, what will Iran do? They'll go back to developing nuclear weapons. Because if the U.S. backs out of it, they will as well. If you abandon this agreement, North Korea will never do a nuclear deal with the United States, because why do a deal with the United States if the United States is going to abandon the deal even when it's working? President Trump didn't listen to me. He didn't listen to his Secretary of State. He didn't listen to his Secretary of Defense. He didn't listen to a lot of people in his administration. He tore the deal up. And Mr. President, what a tragedy. You have Israeli civilians who have been killed in the Iranian missile attacks, who have nothing to do with the military, and Iranian civilians who have been killed in missile attacks who have nothing to do with the military. They would be alive today. And 40,000 U.S. troops in the region would be safe today if we had decided to act in accord with our values and put diplomacy first and prefer peace over war. That's water under the bridge. But the question for this body that we will grapple with over the course of the next couple of weeks is whether the United States should be in another war in the Middle East. In particular, whether we should allow a war to start without us, whether we should hide in the tall grass rather than exercise our constitutional responsibility under Article 1. This is fundamentally a debate about Congress being true to its oath of office, and actually also being true to the obligations we have to our public. The framers put this in the Constitution so that we wouldn't be at war without a debate in front of the public. They had a view about the morality of war, and I think their view was basically this: there would be nothing more publicly immoral in the public space than to send troops into harm's way, risking death, if Congress was too chicken to have a debate and vote about whether the war was in the national interest. If we have that debate and we decide that war is in the national interest, then the troops go into war knowing that the civilian leadership of this country have had the hard debate in view of the American public and have decided that the stakes are sufficient to ask people to make the ultimate sacrifice. But how dare we? How dare we, and I say this as a father of a United States Marine, how dare we ask people to make the ultimate sacrifice if we don't have the guts to have a debate and decide whether a war is in the interest of this country? I know what the American public thinks about this. There was a poll that was released today, and this is completely consistent with what I've heard from Virginians, and Virginia is one of the most pro-military states in this country. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. 1 out of every 8 Virginians is a veteran. That's not 1 out of every 8 adults. That's 1 out of every 8 Virginians is a veteran. And you had active duty, and you had the Guard, you had the Reserve, and you had the civilian DOD, and the military contractors and their families. We train all the Marine officers in the world. We have the biggest shipbuilding enterprise in the world. We have the Pentagon, the largest military office in the world. We've been the site of more battles on U.S. soil than any state in this country in Virginia. Revolutionary War, Civil War, the attack on 9/11 at the Pentagon. We are as pro-military state as there is, but I can tell you this: Virginians do not believe The United States should be in another war in the Middle East. Neither do Americans. A poll today suggests 16% of Americans think the U.S. military should get involved in a conflict between Israel and Iran. 16%. 60% say we should not. 24% are not sure. We need to have this debate in front of the American public. And let them watch us debate the stakes of this. And it might be that colleagues in this body or in the House think a war with Iran is a good idea. Let them put a war authorization on the table. Let's debate that. Let's debate that in front of Virginians and Kansans and Californians and hear what our constituents have to say. Let's debate that in the full view of people whose spouses are in the military or whose kids are in the military. Let's have that debate in front of them and hear what they think before we cast a vote that would be one of the most serious votes that you ever cast on the floor of a body like this. But we should not allow a war of the magnitude of this to begin with Congress hiding from the responsibility that was put on Congress's shoulders in 1787. I will be asking my colleagues to support my simple resolution as early as next week, no war without a vote of Congress. I will be asking my colleagues to support it and uphold the oath we've all taken to support the Constitution that established that most unusual principle, most unique principle that is part of what makes this nation special. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.